Oh, I gotta move it around. I keep forgetting that every morning. I don't know why I don't remember to do that. I have to open a new um, window whenever I do my trading view on stream like this, and it's such a pain. Yeah, you got to move it down because like I've got the tag on there, I've got the picture of the only gas, I've got our voices that show up on the screen. All that has to be behind that screen or in front of that screen. So I have to move this screen all the way down in the list every day. Let's go over here and do a check, 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 mic check, make sure everything's working. Hello? Yeah, we're good.
Yep, sounds good. Be very careful, guys, when you go to hit the like button on YouTube. You'll notice sometimes it won't take it the first time. You got to press it again. What a pain in the butt.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. Thank you for pointing that out, sir.
Oh, I think they do it on purpose. Like, just I don't know why, but maybe it's just a malfunction.
I need some more subscribers. We're up to 82 right now. That's awesome. Uh oh. Uh oh. Got Mr. Graybeard up on the YouTube.
Oh snap!
Well, Mr. Clive, looks like this morning though, I'm just gonna be sitting here watching you. I'm out of money till I close some trades. Sucks. I'm not. I'm the type that unless there's a reason, I try not to move money in. You know what I mean? I don't. I try to leave whatever money's there. Right, is trading money, and if I win, then I win. If I lose, then I lose. I try not to add to that. Now, if you want to send me 100 racks, I'll trade with that. Oh, market open 931. Here we go. What's working today? Is anybody gonna work today? Uh, Costco already up 1%. Gush is running right off the gate. That's scary. Energy sectors look like it's going to do its thing again. TQ's up, silver's up, gold's up, DXY's up. Poop. AI way down. That SMFL's down 6%. Oof. Coin pulled back. SDLG pull back. CAN pull back. That's Graybeard, your nine's up. SLB up a touch. Halliburton's up. NRG's up. Look like energy is doing the thing. Energy and oil working. And Costco. So Bitcoin dominance continues just to be a monster, man. I mean, that is amazing. This is the story of the day right here. So I put the chart in general. That Bitcoin dominance is the storyteller, right? I mean, it is just absolutely rocking and rolling right now. That's why you're looking at total 3 on a bloodbath. Your alts are just getting pummeled right now with this rush and dominance. But we need to see this. For everybody that's going, no, we need this. We need dominance back up here. If you want to have a big alt run, we need dominance back up. We need it heading back in the other direction. So be patient. Just understand it'll come back around. Well, like I said yesterday, Clive, it's all over Twitter, the X.com, whatever you want to call it. There's a very high likelihood that approvals come out today, which makes me believe they're not going to approve them today. They're going to wait till next Wednesday. But they one of the things that is real, Clive, is if you go to these people's websites. I actually did it myself last night. They've got the ETF loaded up on their websites so that you can learn how to add it to your 401, blah blah blah, and educational programs about cryptocurrency and everything. Every one of them's loaded up for it and ready. So I don't think they'd put that much time and effort into it if they didn't think they were going to get approved. So I'm with Kathy. Kathy said she's 95% certain after the meetings and every conversation they've had. She's 95% certain they're going to get approved, which is not 100, but it's still good. And I still don't think it's going to be big news for Bitcoin. Bitcoin dominance is rolling right now. Holy cow. What was up with Ford in that big pullback, Clive? What happened? Oh, because of the layoffs, you think? Yeah, they were supposed to do a major layoff. All companies are doing major layoffs right now. It's after Christmas, you know. Big rejection. Isaac, you still with me? Hell, did I lose voice?
No, you're good, Donnie.
Okay. I'm not shilling y'all. ZEC. I'm not trying to shield. I'm just saying that looks real juicy down there on the bottom. Real juicy. Real juicy. If that winds up being the floor right there, that's a primo entry. XTZ would be another one. Yeah, these are all cryptos. These are the ones that hadn't made the huge run yet. You had part of the field that took off and done the big run on that first part. Um, this part of the field, they've made a little bit of a run, but they haven't made nowhere near the run that the others have. So coming up on the end of the cycle here, the likelihood of making money on these is going to be better than sitting in them other ones and making 2 to 10%, where you can make 30 to whatever on these.
That was a nice little candle, Donnie, on BTC, huh?
I'm not even watching. I'm going through the chart, buddy. It must be down if everything's red as hell. Coming up in that time, man, this is where it starts to get fun. Like I explained in that video, we're coming into the part where Mr. Graybeard calls it a megaphone pattern. The C wave. There's a million ways to describe it, right? But you come into the bigger part of the chart where you go into the topping distribution pattern. So these bigger candles are going to get bigger. This is that top part of the range. So you'll see, 6-8% candles, bloodbaths, right? I mean, people that don't run stop losses getting liquidated both directions. Long guys, short guys, everybody's going to get wiped out. And what kills me is the people that's been here for a long time. And when I say a long time in crypto, you've been here more than 2 years, right? You've been sitting here watching this stuff. You watched everybody get beat up, and continually still do the same mistakes. Stop losses are your friends. Set and take profits is the smart thing to do. And without that, going into this part of the chart without a trade management, you'll get wrecked. And I hope you do. That's not me being me. That's me telling you, stop loss, take profits. So what if it goes running past? You make your money, get out, go on to the next, set up your next trade.
Hopefully it teaches them a lesson.
Never does, buddy. It never does. The same retards doing the same moves. SGD. What the hell is SGD, Mr. Clive?
Sound like a disease.
Safe and green. Is that what I'm seeing right there? Oh, moving. Banger. It's a banger. Putting on a candle for sure. On a gap up too. $252 target, sir. $244 if you want to play it short. Yeah, even on trend base, 244 to the short side, 250 to the 1618 extension on the short play there. 203 is the one. Yeah. If I had a trailing stop loss on it, I'd try to ride it to 250 if it was me. Big plays back up to the $3.18 range.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Dude, people freaking out. You watching BCB's live streams? What's
Yeah.
up, man?
No, I ain't watched that.
Oh, this shit's funny, man. He's frying people about. He's like, man, Solana and AVAX are the talk of the town right now. But they were the ones that they got clapped the worst, man. I didn't even know this till he just pointed this out. I knew Solana did, but Solana and AVAX were both the most shitted on coins, like in terms of percentages to the bottom, right? And now they're the talk of the town. They're the greatest thing ever because they ran due to, or not due, but according to retail traders, they are the best,
Yeah, I mean, it's the same story over and over. Same story over and over, bro.
It's funny as hell, dude. And you got people freaking out now, dude. We got to do all the rotational shit. We got to rotate our money from Solana to now it's AVAX, bro. That's the next one.
AVAX has already run. AVAX and Solana already ran. Matic already ran.
These people think they're fucking like rocket scientists. Like
They don't have Donnie. They don't have Donnie on their side, man.
it is embarrassing when you listen to this shit, the way that people approach this market.
So that's what I was doing this morning as I was putting money in or putting the money players in the general. Anybody that scrolls through general, I put some in. I got up to IOTA. I started at the bottom and worked my way up. I got up to IOTA, but those are the coins that haven't made the big boom. They've made a little bit of a run and pulled back, but they have not made the big boom yet. So any of the cryptos that I put in there this morning are ones that haven't made the big move. So if you could go through that list and maybe start at the top and work your way down, and something that you see.
Where's the list at?
I just put them in call outs. Just calling them out in general. As I was scrolling and seeing, you go through general, you'll see. But if you could start at the A's, maybe see something like I don't think ADA's done. I don't think ADA's made the big part of the boom yet. I think it made the move, right? It made a good move, but I don't feel like the ADA. But I wouldn't tell anybody to go buy it right now. I would wait and buy ADA later on. You're biased to it. You love it. That's your girlfriend. You would tell anybody to buy it any price, right? So, I think
No, absolutely not. I would not tell anybody to buy here. For me, if you didn't buy the lows, sit out.
Algo's getting his ass handed to it again, but I don't think Algo's made the big move yet either. I think Algo should be on the list to maybe watch for a good trade on this bounce here. Just me. I don't know.
Cardano's got the same structure that a lot of these have. It looks like a topping structure.
Is Aave? I don't think Aave's done the big move. Do you?
No, I like it the way Aave looks, but a lot of these with that wick, it looks like fucking distribution, man. It's really. They may just be yanking our chain though. But I could see if somebody made the argument, hey, this looks like distribution, I'd be like, okay, well, there's something there. Like, I'll give you credit. I could see that. Like you said though, this is no bias. This is me just looking at the chart. I have not sold any Cardano, and I do not want this thing to go back to lows. That would suck. Would love to see this thing go take out 75 cents.
Me too. Adam, I think Adam's got a good chance here. I think ARB's done. I think Arweave is probably close to being finished. I think API 3's done its run. But I think Adam may be the next it needs a big run to get it off that floor. It pushed up pretty hard there, Clive. Did did you get out of that SGD? I didn't see where your target was. You just waiting? I mean, you're up. You can push your damn stop loss up. Look at it go. Here comes 233, 224. Let's go. Let's go. Like I said, I would target 233 was the band. 244 is the low side. 255 is the high. If you've got balls, ride it to 318. Woo! Clive feeling frisky this morning. Y'all watch out.
Ford got stomped out this morning.
Yo, he got shit on, man.
It's bouncing now. Wow. Now it looks lovely. Maybe a back chest, though. You don't want to see this thing give this up. I'll put it in general.
I think this was the wash move, man. I think it was the washer. You know what I mean?
This is an interesting chart, this Ford chart.
I haven't looked at the Ford chart in a while. I need to go back on that Ford chart. I haven't been on it in a while. And I don't think I've got it built for only GANs. I have it built on my old setup. That is wild, ain't it? So, oof.
Yeah, that's
So,
scary.
all right, so if you drew a horizontal, where would you draw your horizontal above that A? Would it be at the bottom of that W, right there past the A? Is that where you would draw your horizontal, maybe?
For what? For the entry?
Yeah.
The A. The A itself is the entry.
So you can still look on a decent pullback now.
Yeah, I mean it broke through and flew through that the A, but it may want to come back and retest. But you see how it's retesting the underside of that
Right.
breakdown?
Right.
I don't love that for a long. If anything, a short, you'd have an easier invalidation with a short there. I wouldn't take it though, just because I don't think there's enough meat on the bone there. You know, if you're getting a drop to 1060, I guess it's a good move, 10% move.
Did you go look at the BTC dominance chart?
Yeah, I glanced at it this morning. It's good. Lower high still though, so we'll see if it could break out.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about a breakout, but we really need that up. To get this next alt craze, we need it up there.
Yeah. Yep.
As bad as some of these alts are getting whooped right now, I mean, algo's down 8% right now.
Yeah, they're getting clapped right now.
That's what I'm saying, man. If any regulation could come to this market worldwide, it would be that the only thing you could trade in would be stable. No more Bitcoin or any other pairs other than stables. That would be the one piece of regulation that I wish they would bring to this market. And we would be so much more stable, man. It would be so much easier to trade this. These pullbacks that Bitcoin does won't flush the rest of the market. It would totally change this whole sector.
I agree. I wish they would. I wish they'd do it today.
I mean, it's just a. I mean, I get it. I know why they did it, but it's not needed now. There's enough stable there. You know, we don't have to worry about it. And the whole thing that they did yesterday and the day before, I started doing a little digging on that. USDT printed $2 billion fucking dollars yesterday.
Yep.
With that, do you know what they've done? They tried their best to depeg USDC.
Huh.
They smacked it. Don't get me wrong. They smacked it. It depegged all the way down to 74. Go look at the USDC chart. It depegged all the way down to 74 on a wick, but it went right back to where it was supposed to be.
That's nuts.
I mean, they tried their best to wax it. Couldn't do it. 228, Mr. Clive. That's looking strong.
Looks like M&Q grabbed that gap and it's getting bought up. I thought they were going to go ahead and push it lower, man. I was thinking 16.1, 1600. I mean 16,000.
Mr. Clive found a stock mover this morning on the SGD. He grabbed it low, like 202, and I done a quick fib on it, 233 to the real short side, 244, 255, 318 to a screamer.
Fucking A.
I mean, it's good money right there.
SEG.
Yeah, SG as in good, D as in dog.
That thing's flying.
Yeah, I mean, it's putting on the show right now. Like I said, he put 10 racks on it.
Nice.
He'll be able to buy me a new car if it makes it to 318.
Fucking A. Triple up.
And actually, he probably be able to cover his losses for yesterday.
Damn, some of these are getting beat up, man.
TRB is flying.
Oh,
TRB is rolling, baby.
is it?
Yeah, up 14. I just went through my stock list, but I don't even have Ford on my damn stock list.
Damn, that is tragic what they're doing to Cardano. Holy shit.
My doji's getting beat like a scalded dog.
Yeah, dude, that Cardano chart now on the daily looks like garbage.
I do have Ford on my stock list. Here we go. Let's look at.
That's a structure break on the daily, man.
Why does my Ford chart look like?
Cardano needs to get back above 54.30, man. This chart looks like distribution if I've ever seen it, dude.
You said 5 years, Mr. Clive, 45? Oof, I don't know, man. I'd have to build a bigger chart. $240. Holy shit. I mean, like my big target right now for Ford would be 1551. Stock market. I mean, almost everything on the stock market is green right now. DXY is falling. DXY is pulling back hard, so that's good. SPY's up half. There we go. That's what we need to see. Here's the scariest part, though. XAU is up 1. Silver is up 1 3/4. My TQ is up 1 3/4. Gush is up almost 1%. My UNG pulled back. Shut up, I bitch. But my Rivian's back up. How about that? Energy sector is looking great. Mara pulled way back, 7% pull back on Mara. Norwegian's up. Russell, there you go, Russell. Dow's up a little bit. We're looking good. Verizon took off running this morning, Clive. Verizon
I
took
really like
up.
that dollar chart. That dollar chart looks promising.
Mr. Graybeard, I don't know if you can hear me, buddy, but 9 took off. 9 is up 10% this morning.
Oh, they're gonna pump this bitch again, dude. Look at the reverse repo. New fucking 52-year low.
Nice. NINE, Clive. NINE. NINE, Clive. Same way with the SLB. It's picked up and took off too. Your AI's trying to turn around. Nine's up 11% right now, and just it's been. I watched it go from 9.3 to 11 in a matter of seconds. Verizon went from 1.1 all the way up to 1.4 right there in just a couple of minutes.
Bro, they are washing the fuck out of people. Look at those 4-hour wicks on Bitcoin. Ugh.
Beautiful, ain't it?
I'm just glad that I ain't getting caught up in this shit. I'll just play the top and the bottom of the range. Anybody who you see it where the biggest wicks are, it's right in the middle of the range, right where the dumb money is. Fucking idiots, man.
The damn. I'm gonna cheat right here. I'm gonna. Yeah, that's the way to do it right there. Forward playing games, I could do that too. Gotcha. Yeah, the whole market is green, bro. There's a few that's pooped, but as for the most part, the stock market looks great.
I'm gonna go ahead and add to my ADA long here, man. It's about at break even. I've already taken profit on it several times when it was up, but I like the risk to reward here at the bottom of the range. You're at the very bottom of the range, man. You pick out 52.30, I'm out.
If it played to the bottom of the GAN line right there, it's 5034. Major support is at 4886.
It was $45. You got a 52.20.
200x long. Way to go.
No. Fucking XRP getting rocked too.
Y'all? Yeah, I was hoping to see it go a little bit lower because I'm gonna buy some more.
I think 55 is a good level. I'll be right back.
Well, like I said, Clive, I'm not doing anything until the close of the day, and I go sell all my shit. I can't trade with you. I ain't got no money. I ain't putting no money. I'm not transferring shit. Nope. I'll close my trades today and profit and be good. Algo took a good bounce right there too, buddy. Algo was down 8.4, it's back up to 7% down. Big bounce. USDT's putting on a pretty good red candle right now. There you go, Clive. What was that, about 8%? A little better than? Yeah, I was just going through, checking some of the news, looking around online, seeing what was going on. You know, everybody's freaking out, man. It's insane the freak out that people do. Everybody panics so bad, man. It's like, what when are people going to learn? Well, and I agree, Clive. You know, people, but I blame the 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 guys who go on there who say you could make millions doing this, you could do this, and most people, Clive, don't have the mental capacity to handle the pressure of trading. Yeah, influencers, exactly. Most people do not have the mental capacity to handle that kind of trade with any amount of money. You know, I mean, and to take somebody that's doing it with $4 or $5 and going 200x, that's not trading. You know, that's gambling. And for somebody that's sitting here with, let's say, a more conservative, you know, let's say between 7 and 15x, that's conservative in the crypto world. But in reality, you know, 3x is retarded. But you know, it's not my money, whatever. But in the crypto world, 7 to 15x is pretty conservative. And if you don't realize that if you're putting, you know, let's say $1,000 on the line at 15x, that's just as violent as taking $150 on 100x. You've got the same amount of movement that gets you liquidated, and people just don't know how to do that math, and they don't know how to deal with it. That's got to be that's a bad day at dinner table right there. That's one of them days you don't even eat dinner, you just drink liquor. When did they start the pre-market and post-market? That's been fairly recent, right? Like it's been, you know, fairly recent. Well, it's the same thing. It's all about money, Clive. I mean, so how many people can make a 100x leverage trade and win? And how many times can they be successful at it? You know, I mean, whenever you got a big a spread as what like MEXC has, it don't matter. I mean, they're going to win. I'm going to say that their win rate, MEXC's win rate, is probably in the 80% range or better. They probably win 80% of the time. I mean, it's crazy to think, you know, and people don't look at that number, and they just think, well, I could do that. I could do that. So what was my big thing was, Clive. I was in a trade, I was in a. It happened to me 3 times on XC. I was in a trade, had the trade set, had stop loss set, everything was there, take profit was set, whole 9 yards, right? And my stop loss was far enough away that I didn't have to worry about, being liquidated. My stop loss would have got me, and I would have been okay. I would have lost, I think I said it at 16%. That's what I normally 16, 17. I always do an oddball percentage, and I have my stop loss set, but then I go back and look, and I'm liquidated. Or I wake up the next morning and I'm liquidated. And I'm like, what the hell? I go out in the shop and do something, and then I get a phone alert on my phone, account liquidation. I'm like, how the fuck am I getting liquidated with stop losses set? And whenever I send them a message about it, and they're like, well, we'll look into it. Nothing. It's not like they're gonna give you your fucking money back. But 3 different occasions, my stop loss did not trigger to stop. They said it was a flash crash, and it happened too fast for the stop loss to catch, which was a lie. And it's just they do it. They're there to win. I mean, if you got a winning P&L, you best believe they're going to target your ass, especially if you're a heavy account. So that's why I didn't ever put any major money over there. But I'll never put another dime on one of those exchanges again. Risk versus reward, not worth it to me. Not when I can sit over here and spot and win. Must be nice. I ate Pop Tarts this morning.
Hey, Crazy, you in here?
Yo, what's up?
Hey, man, I'm making a run to the store, buying some materials.
Yeah, you're doing it today?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna at least get everything and then get it laid out, and I might start, yeah, a little bit later on today. But I just wanted to make sure. So I've got my, it's 240 volts. So I got my, my 2 pole 20 amp breaker that I need to get.
Mm-hmm.
I need the 12.3 Romex for that.
You actually only need 12 too, because there's no neutral. According to that video, there was no neutral, right? It was just a
Uh,
black and a white on the plug. There was no neutral. You're only, I'm pretty sure. Let me go watch that video again. I sent you. I'll just refresh my mind real quick. The thing is normally you would need a neutral, but um, that shit's like Chinese shit, so it's weird. You know what I'm saying? I never installed any Chinese shit. Everything here that I had to install was always UL rated. It was American, but let me just make
okay.
sure real quick. Hold on. Yeah, I DM'd you the video if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's it, man. 12-2. I would follow exactly what that video did that I sent you. Not with you don't need the MC cable, the metal cable, but besides the wire, everything he did in that video, he was very concise, clear, and he simplified everything, if that makes sense. He
Okay.
makes it look
Yeah.
easy because
I
it really
posted
is
that.
easy.
I posted the outlet that I got already. It's the one apparently I'm supposed to use. But yeah, I still need to get the breaker.
Yeah, that looks right. Yeah. Let me see something. Hold on. Damn, your handwriting looks like my handwriting. That's kind of freaky. Uh, yeah, that looks right, man.
Okay, cool.
He did two single pole, or I'm sorry, two duplex. So that's a double duplex. Or I'm sorry, no, that's a duplex. It's a
With
single,
it.
but it's a two pole plug. It's got two separate feeds on it, right? No. Right? See, that's where I get confused because in that video he did two separate plugs, two separate circuits, man. He's got. So then you start looking at like what your machine demand is and shit. And from what I understand is it needs two pole sources, right? It needs two power sources, two of that 240.
Right. It's got two plugs coming out the back of it. That each plug into this outlet here.
That is so wild to me that it takes that much power, dude. That's a lot of fucking power. That's the
Yeah.
equivalent. That's the equivalent of two air conditioners, dude.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
So wait,
But
when I was looking up some of the other videos on how to install a like a 220 or 240 20 amp thing, it was showing, I thought it was showing that I had um a third.
neutral.
Yeah. Let me see here. Let me show you what I had looked up and see if this um
A lot of those Chinese machines, they have a transformer inside of them that gets the neutral from the ground. It's some sort of, I don't really understand it, but I've seen it before because there's a digital display. Anything that has a light needs a neutral, so there's a digital display on that machine, I imagine, which would tell me that it has a neutral. But a lot of times, like I said, those Chinese machines, they'll derive the neutral from the ground.
so this one that I'm watching this guy do, it's got a red, black, white, and copper.
So he did use a neutral.
That's what I'm watching on this.
Is
Just
is this for a
kind of like,
mine? Is this for the same machine?
no. This is not for this machine in particular. It's just a guy installing a double pole 240, like a 240 20 amp breaker.
Yeah, that's the thing. For me, where does the neutral go on the load side? Because on that plug, it's two pole. There is no spot for a neutral. So you would have the neutral connected to the neutral bar in the panel, but where would it be on the load side? Because the neutral is all you're getting is two poles of power, right? Black and red. But
Okay.
the video that I watched, they just used 12-2, but they used the white, which is normally the neutral, as the other pole. So it's just another power, another leg, right? So it would be the red. But he's just using the 12-2 because you don't need a neutral. If you watch that video that I did, or that I
Okay.
sent you.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Before I go, I guess I need to look at that because I need to make sure I'm getting the right stuff here.
Yeah, you do. See, this is why it gets a little complicated because, I mean, it's not, but it can be. You know what I'm saying? It's really not complicated. But we are dealing with electricity, so
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let me watch that and and see, just make sure it's the same setup that I've got here. And then,
Yeah, he does a great job in the video, man. It's really a good video.
okay, let me get back with you.
All right, but
Thanks, man.
no problem. My man's got the big fucking miners.
and free power. That's what's crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts. Wow, Warren Buffett did just say, or he said it last year, smart people should avoid technical analysis. That might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Sounds like to me, he ain't never looked at technicals. He just bought shit when it was cheap and then rode it up the whole way and got rich.
You know, once you start getting money, it's easy to make more money. You know, it's always harder when you first start. As you make more money, it's easy to spread and diversify, right? It's hard to diversify when you don't have a lot of capital in the beginning.
It's all timing, man. Look at his timing. If you got in 1935, then of course you're fucking rich. All you needed back then was a couple $100, and today you'd be a fucking multimillionaire. It's all timing, man. The market, just like business and just like the economy and rent and buying homes today, is way more difficult than it was, 60 years ago. Everything's harder now. It's more competitive. The market is more saturated. All that shit, man. I'm not complaining. There's still plenty of opportunity, but the game was on easy mode back then. That's why the early people, did so well. You used to be able to invest your money in the market, with a teacher's salary, and that would be your retirement, right? It would be part of your retirement. That used to be sufficient. Nowadays, you cannot do that.
Hell no. Bitcoin dominance pulling back a little bit here. DXY had a pretty good pullback this morning.
Yeah, it did. I like the way it looks for more downside. That chart is a pain in the ass, though, man. It just flies around. If you look back, it's really not done anything in like a year. It's just been range bound. Big old pain in the ass. I mean, it did have sweeps of the lows and the highs, but it's just a mess.
Come on, TQQQ, you could do it.
Damn, it's a nice gap fill and bounce, man. That thing's rolling.
Mm-hmm. 46.39 is my average.
Good deal. Not a bad average at all. Wow, on this chart, you did retest the previous high. That's weird. On the M and Q, you weren't even close. Weird how that shit happens. So all you did there is you just filled in the gap from the options rollover. When they rolled over the next month, that was your gap fill that we just did on M and Q. So that's actually a good sign.
Go, TQQQQ. Go, 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 go.
Nice pop on Cardano right there.
My target's 47.75 on TQQQQQQQ.
How many Qs you got there, sir?
As many as it fucking takes to get that 47.75.
Let's go. I have noticed, bro, over the last since this crazy volatility started, the more um the more people think that they have it absolutely figured out over there in that group, those people are getting hammered, bro. Like the people that think they know where the market's going, that, act predictive, those are the ones that are getting washed, man. I think that that's for a reason, you know? Like you get overconfident and it comes and wipes you out.
Yep. That's why I keep putting videos out about support and resistance, man.
Yeah, I watched the one this morning and gave it a like too.
I mean, it's I don't know how it could get any simpler. I mean, it's
People learn it the hard way, I guess.
Yeah, support resistance.
The hard way is draw whatever you want on the chart that fits for you and connect the dots. I don't know. That's the hard way. The easy way is just letting the market do what the fuck it's gonna do and having your support and resistance. Have your invalidation, right? Right. Some of those takes over there that there's never invalidation. It's all validation. Well, this happened and I knew that this was gonna happen because this. And then it's gonna do this or this. It's like, okay, where's your invalidation? When are you wrong?
Well, and that's why I slowly point at that yellow line again, right? Without telling people, hey, this is this is your invalidation. Let people, they gotta learn. I'm hoping people will learn something from the video other than just me going in there pointing. I don't know.
It's very simplified, man. It's very simplified. But you know what it is? People don't like support and resistance. You know why? because then they have to be invalidated. They want to see some imaginary fucking picture on there, so then they're never invalidated. And they're always right, and then their account's always negative.
Right.
It's tough.
CAN is trying to looks like it's trying to make a bounce over there on the chart.
Damn, Coinbase dropped quite a bit from the top there. It's down to 150.
Energy looks real good, man. All the energy sectors look great.
Yeah, that's the buzz right now. Energy.
Verizon's at 2%. Good gosh. I think you put on the show. That QS,
Damn, yeah. What's that?
that QS pulled back pretty hard.
Look at FET, man. That thing would be eating on a bot right now. It went all the way up to 75 this morning. Now it's down to 70. That thing's nuts.
Yep.
Starting to look a little bit like distribution though too on that, man. I really hope that these charts turn around and just go ahead and invalidate that. You just see like a slowing, slow arcing rounded top on all these, man. It's a little worrying if you're, exposed like I am. The timing is not right though, man. And like I said, if you look at total and these indexes, they ain't telling you the move's over. So it's weird, man. We're at like a stalemate. That's what it seems like to me. That's why if you notice for me, I've just been kind of taking it easy. I'm not in a rush to do anything.
We're not going anywhere yet. patient. Do you little whoopie doos here, and then go back roar, and then you're like, oh, what this? So if you watch that Bitcoin dominance chart, zoom in to like the 1 hour, you want to pay attention to that next candle that is done right there. That candle that it just put up there. I want to see if it breaks and does a full engulfing. See if you don't start getting a roar. See what this does right here. See if it breaks. Because if not, then the next candle will pass the top of that wick. Sorry, wife's fussing at the dog.
No worries.
And if you look at dominance, everybody's thinking dominance is doing something, but if I look at dominance, I see a failing pattern. I mean, and the bigger the time frame I go, the bigger fail that I see. I go to the 1 week, I see a huge failing pattern on the weekly. I mean, that's just me, but I see it playing down, pretty far. 486. Far. So I don't. Just small impulses like this freak everybody out, I guess, because if you're on the 2-second time frame, it's going to freak you out.
Yeah, if you're on fucking 50x, you're gonna get your ass cleaned 70 times in this range. That's what I was saying over there last night. That people are going to get their asses whooped the next couple months, man.
Yeah,
and that's not me being threatening. It's just trying to warn people. Cool it on the leverage, because you're gonna lose your account, man. Straight up. What's up, Luke? Did you watch it?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I watched it. So I guess my only thing is this, I definitely see what he did. I see that there's no neutral there. So, but can I, as far as the breaker that I'm getting, as long as I'm getting the 240 20 amp breaker, I'm not going to need a special one because I'm not running the neutral, right?
No, the breakers don't take neutrals unless they're arc fault, which you don't have to worry about.
Right.
Breakers
Okay.
only take the load, only take the
Hot.
the hot.
red and black.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was making sure because man, this is like you're saying, it seems like this is some Euro or like Chinese wiring that we got going on here. So just making sure the
Yeah.
regular standard old breakers are cool. But yeah, man, I think so. I got the 12-2 Romex. I'm gonna need some Romex connectors. I need the box, the cover, and the breaker blanks for when I cover it back up. And I think I got everything down here that I need.
Did you post a picture of the machine yet? I hadn't seen it.
Oh, I'll post you a picture. Yeah.
Freaking awesome. I can't wait, man. I'm so excited.
It's gonna sound like there's a fucking airplane taking off in your garage.
Oh yeah, it's loud. But at least you don't have to worry about heat for a while.
That's a good video, though. That dude does a good job. Very clean. I would just keep referencing that when you're doing it.
Yeah, for sure.
There it
There it
is.
is. I put it in general.
Big Betty.
Damn.
Oh, big motherfucker.
That bitch is in there. That bitch is
Yeah,
an
dude, it's
airplane.
got fans like that. Those two fans are the big ones. It's got it on both sides too.
Yep.
That bitch is a fucking airplane. That's as big as an airplane motor.
Yeah. And they're pretty chunky too. They're not lightweight.
Yeah, it's got a little weight to it for sure. So Crazy. You're saying that these somehow have a neutral built into it? Is that what you're saying? I'm just like,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
guess
So
it doesn't.
what it
Yeah,
is
I
for
just
a
don't
lot of that
understand it.
Chinese equipment, what it is for a lot of the Chinese equipment. So in other countries, they don't deal with the neutrals like we do here. That's the best way I could explain it. Uh, they they're a lot more prehistoric, I guess. I don't know, but there are transformers that there are machines that have transformers built into them that derive the neutral from the ground, because a lot of times in panels the neutral and the ground are bonded anyway.
Okay.
Neutral ground, same thing. No problem.
Oh, and
Sometimes
when I get
it's
this
not.
breaker crazy, it's not going to be some of the breakers, they're specific to the type of box I've got, right?
Yep.
So I need to make sure the breaker I get fits my box.
Yep.
The breaker will have a code on it. If you read it, it'll have a code. So that is should say BR on it, right?
What says BR on it?
What kind of panel do you have? Is it a square D? Or is it a
Let
no,
me
you got a Eaton. It's a fucking Eaton. So those breakers are gonna be BR breakers.
Yeah,
a
that's easy.
BR breaker. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Make
I
sure
see
though,
some of these, they say Eaton on the breakers here.
it should say BR too. There should be very clear. It should say BR something something something. BR 1115. BR depending on
Here,
depending on the amperage, it'll have a BR and a different number depending on the amperage.
You'll have to look on the side of the breaker. I don't think it's on the front.
oh, I gotta take
You have to take the panel
cover
off.
then.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't remember.
I don't
I feel
remember
like it's
seeing
on
it
the front. I feel like it's on the front on the bottom right, if my memory served me well, and I looked at a million of them, but maybe I'm misremembering.
Mr. Lucrative, word of advice.
Yeah.
If you get electrocuted, just stop.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be doing my best not to do that. I'm getting the rubber dip gloves. I'm gonna shut this all down, and I am using one hand at all times. So yeah, I see. Yeah, you're right. Crazy on the front here. It says BR 230.
Yep,
Very good.
it's a 230 amp, or it's probably 250. Yeah, so those
Yeah,
are
that's
good panels.
Yeah, it's a 240 volt breaker. That's a 30 amp 240 volt breaker. That one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Perfect. Copycat.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, so the breaker that you get it should say BR on it. Just make sure it's the same style. Take a picture of the breaker if you need to at your house. Take a picture of the
Yeah.
box, and then just match it up. But if it says BR, it's not going to be the wrong breaker, and they're going to have those at Home Depot. Home Depot's an Eaton distributor.
Nice. Okay. Cool.
Those are the cheapest ones too. That's what we installed the most. Those Eaton panels. They're the cheapest. They're the most cost effective.
Cool. All right, man. So to get me from the thing, I've got my breaker. I've got my wire. I've got my Romex connector, which is going to go in the hole that I punch out. My wire is going to continue down through the wall. I need my breaker box or my outlet box down there. The other Romex connector to go into that box, and then the cover for the outlet.
That's it.
Right.
We're gonna make an
That's-
electro magician out of you.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
that's from the breaker box
From the panel to the
the
plug.
outlet. That's everything from
That's
end to
it.
end. Okay.
Make
Cool.
sure you I'm trying to make sure you're not forgetting anything. I feel like
Yeah.
because it's the worst when you got to run back out.
Oh, dude, I probably will. You always have to run out for something. It's never
Fucking A.
one trip to the hardware store, you know.
Fucking A. I'm trying to think though. I think you're good though, man. I mean, it really is a simple job. Just be careful with your hands in that panel, dude.
I will,
Don't be
promise.
scared. Don't be scared though. If you're scared, it'll make it worse. But no,
Yeah,
just
no, I mean,
understand.
I watched a few videos on how to stay safe while you're working in the panel and everything, you know, and like I said, I'm definitely gonna get those gloves. And use one hand when I'm working with the sensitive areas.
Yeah, they're designed to be pretty safe, man. Like it's pretty hard to get smoked in one of them if you're if you know what not to touch. It's just those bars in the back. Watch your screwdriver. Don't touch that fucking bar in the back ever. If you touch that bar in the back and the breaker box itself that's grounded, it'll blow up. So that's the biggest fear. Just don't touch those bars in the back where the breaker clips into. If you don't
Right.
do that, you'll be fine. And it's pretty hard to, like I said, they're pretty recessed back there.
Yeah.
It should be pretty easy though, man. It is an easy little project. Just be safe, man.
I'll go good bounce.
Yeah, we'll do. And maybe I could maybe when I'm working on there, I could stream or something like that. We'll see.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, if you need to. Yeah, that'd be tight. That'd be fun. When you're in the panel,
Yeah.
we can see you get blown up. No, I'm kidding. You ain't get blown up.
Yeah. Right. You guys call 911. My buddy just got lit up. I don't know. He's somewhere. He's at Eglin Air Force Base.
Uh,
Yeah.
Just look for a house on fire.
those
Right.
gloves should protect you though. If you're getting those rubber tip gloves, if you were to touch anything, it wouldn't. You'd be good.
Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna get the Donnie, you were talking about an insulated screwdriver too. It's like $20 or something like that.
Yep.
Figure I'd
Yeah, you
grab one of
should.
those guys too.
It's one of my favorite tools, man.
The scariest thing for me still to this day, man, when I'm going into a panel is taking, and it's not scary. It's just the time that I'm the most cautious is when you're taking the cover off. Because if you, let's say
Hmm.
you take the cover off and the corner goes into the panel by accident, like you slip or something, that motherfucker's gonna blow up, man. So just be very careful. That's the sketchiest part to me. I would get your son to help you or somebody with gloves next to you when you take the panel cover off, just so it does, nothing happens.
Okay.
Because the accidents can happen. You're unscrewing those 4 screws with one hand, and you're holding the panel cover with your other hand. And you'll see electricians do it, and it looks easy and it's fast, but it's very easy to make a mistake in that moment, is what I'm saying. Because you're you only got 2 hands, and you're unscrewing. You have a screwdriver in one, you're unscrewing those screws, and then you
Right.
have to hold the middle of the panel right where the dead face is, where the breaker blanks go. That dead face is
Mhm.
where you hold it with your left hand if you're and you're holding that there. And then once all the screws are out, then you have to drop the screws and then pull the cover off. So it's better if you have somebody help you at least hold the screws, or just have your son say, hey, hold the panel just until I'm done, until your 2 hands are free and you can remove it.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, I like taking the covers off on the outside because there's no telling what kind of critters crawled up in there and got crossed the bars and wound up getting fried.
Fucking A, I've seen that too, man. I've seen fucking
Did you see the picture I
Weird
sent
shit.
this summer? Did you
No.
see a fucking snake?
What'd you see
A
in there?
snake.
Snake?
A fucking snake.
I've seen snakes in electric rooms. They go in there. They love the warmth.
Well, it went up there and it went across, and I guess it laid across both bars in that panel.
Yep.
Fried that motherfucker. What? Fried steak.
Yeah, the fucking fried snake in there. It was the skeleton, huh?
Yeah. Well, it still had skin on it, but it was awful crispy.
Damn, you pull that motherfucker out and take a bite out of it like beef jerky?
No, it was hard as a rock. Though. It was crazy.
I say, man, that's lunch in some parts.
Yeah.
Fucking A.
If I
I
got
work
one
with people
fresh,
from South America, man. They said massive snakes would crawl into the switch gears. Massive. Them down there, they got the Amazon. They're, the snakes there are huge.
we've seen all sorts of stuff. I remember one time there was a guy was complaining about the power, and the power company went out there and they opened a box and there was a damn rat's nest in the damn electrical box.
You said a rat's nest?
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, I've seen some fucked up shit. I'm trying to think the most fucked up thing I've seen in a panel. I think it is a snake too. A little snake coiled up in there, skeleton. But roaches, dude. We worked in the projects a couple times doing project communities changing the panels out, and you open the panel and them motherfuckers bolt, man. Then they got it's so nasty. That was an awful job having to work in that shit, man. Fucking roach heaven in a panel. Then people are dirt, you know, if they're dirty, it's nasty, bro. There'll be rat shit all up in the panel too. It's disgusting.
Bitcoin dominance. Dipping. See if it engulfs here. Goody. Hold on. Let's go for a ride. Let's go. That long ought to be looking pretty sexy right now.
The real's my guy. Always looking out.
What do you do now?
I'll call you later and talk to you. It's nothing important. I gotta get rid of this motherfucking Christmas tree, man. Throw this bitch in the woods.
We just put ours in the bag yesterday.
Yeah, I'm just gonna toss mine in the woods. I might burn it. I don't know. We'll see. That's a lower low on the daily for total. That wick went below yesterday's low. Not really a significant low because it's already been swept by that liquidation candle. Damn, now Ford took all that right back to the upside.
Yeah, it's digging.
My little girl, my youngest, somebody pushed her down the slide at school. Some little boy that's bad. He's always acting up. She might have a fracture in her knee, dude. I know she's my girl though. This girl went to school all day yesterday. She came home and told me, and I thought it was just like them playing around. The kid pushed her out of the way, but she told me, she said, "No, Daddy, he pushed me down the slide." And she said, I did a flip. I said, "What? The kid pushed you down the fucking slide?" I started losing my shit, and my old lady was like, "Relax. The kid, both of his parents are dead. and he lives with his grandfather, and he's bad every day. My old lady's in there every morning. She goes to chapel every morning with them. But yeah, dude, so she might have a fracture, but she went the whole school day hobbling around because she's so afraid to miss a day of school. She's like super adamant about school. Like she freaks out if she misses any days for being sick or anything. So she's hobbling around for a whole day.
That's crazy.
Isn't that wild?
Dedicated.
Dude, I was like, I know you're your daddy's girl now. She made it through the whole day. And she goes, I called her and she goes, I told you, Daddy, there was something wrong with my leg. I called my old lady and I was like, yeah, well, you're strong, dude, because you were walking around on it for a full day and you might have a fracture.
TQQ took off flying, Clive. There's a couple. Ford looks amazing now. Looks like it done a good recovery there. DXY is trying to do a little bouncy candle here. No bueno.
Tell it die, Unc. Tell it die.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit here and wait, man. I'm on wait at the end of the day, see if they go do the afternoon thing. It's time for Clive to go take a nap anyway, so it's that lull time of the day. DXY does its little bounce, gets rejected right here at the 102.3 again, and then maybe poop his pants around 2 o'clock.
I really find it interesting what blockchain backer thinks about the dollar, man. Like I said yesterday, I disagree.
I don't.
Uh,
I don't.
I
went and watched
the dollar.
Yeah, I went and watched it. It correlates. I mean, the thing that you have to watch. So what I'm watching is, the timing, right? And I think it's going to be tighter than what he's trying to gather. I think it's going to have a lot to do with the rate cut deal, right? So I will be able to pay closer attention as it plays, because we're learning a lot with correlation now, right? So as this plays out and as we get closer to that time frame, this dip that we're seeing right now and that hook and this hook 4, you see how the DXY is hooked up now. So the pullback down right here would be our final run up here, right? So the DXY is going to make its dip right now and start to make the hook. And as we start to do a distributing pattern with your assets, all your stocks are going to start doing their higher highs, and whatever they're doing, right? The ones that are making higher highs, they're going to start to do that hard distribution at the top, and the DXY is going to curl and go up. So we're going to do a curl down now. We'll go down and start to curl, and when you see that, then we'll start your SPY and all of them will start to curl over at the top because they're distributing. And if you'll notice, when he's doing those videos, look at the bottom of the screen at the dates on the chart and see where he's at. You know, it's funny how all this stuff that he's drawing comes out of the same spot that we're looking at in March. So, you know, we'll have to watch it close, but I understand what he's thinking. You know, the DXY is going to pull back now and then start to go up. Well, when the DXY is going up, what's the rest of the market doing? It's pulling back. And you see that pullback starts to happen at around the same time that March thing happens. But I don't think the DXY is going to do the tail like he's thinking. I think it's going to curl, but then we'll start watching the XAU, silver, gold, oil, and stuff like that, right?
Is Luke still in there?
His name is. I
That
don't
one.
know.
I want him to
Yeah,
hear
man,
this
I'm here.
too. That's the thing, Donnie. Is that, pay attention to this, Luke, too, because I'm not sure if you're aware, but we were going over something yesterday, and I think it's important. When they cut rates, the dollar's going to plummet with the market. We know that for a fact. That's where I'm disagreeing with
Wait, the
what he
dollar
was saying there.
plummets with the
Yeah.
market?
Yep. I did a
Okay, why?
little research yesterday. Why? Because
Yeah.
the strength in the dollar plummets because lending becomes easier. That's what it makes sense to me, right? Or not
So
lending. Yeah,
what's the market selling into then? If the market's they're selling into dollars.
gold. That's what I'm getting at. So when
Okay.
if you time the fucking rate cuts, so the dollar plummets with the market when they cut rates. That's 3 out of the last rate. You know, the significant quantitative tightening cycles that we've seen in the past 3 decades, which are the most relevant because they're that's when the monetary policy has been the same. We know this. All 3 of those times, the dollar went down with the market when they cut rates, not immediately. There's a little bit of a stasis at the top. You know, when they announce it, there's a little bit of a neutral area, and then the market rolls over. But as soon as they cut rates, the minute that they cut rates, gold ETFs fucking shoot up, man. So I will be, as soon as they say rate cuts, I will be putting money in gold and silver. So it's something to just keep in your mind. There's a chart on it too that I have. I'll share. I'll send it to your DM or something later when I get in the house.
Yeah.
I'm doing some yard work, but dude, it's simultaneous, and I didn't think it was
That's
that.
really interesting. Yeah, if you asked me I mean, I would not have said that the dollar goes down there.
Well,
Yeah, it's weird.
Mr. Luke, if you've got a second, I would like to show you the correlation, and so that you could look into it too. If you can see my screen.
Yeah, let me get there. Okay.
All right, so this is the most recent rate cut. Was this July into October rate cuts in 19, and then they called it the COVID dip. This was the only one that we rose into the dip right afterwards, but that dip for this setup was a 38.6% pullback after they cut rates, and of course it made the V bottom, right, for the run that we just went through. If we go back in time to the last time it happened, they started cutting rates in September, and then you started having your first part of the pullback started happening in October, and they cut rates from September all the way through December, and your total fall from that October to March was 54.17% through that span of time right there. I mean, that was the biggest crash of them all.
Nasty.
Yeah, then that was the 08 crash, right? And then the correlation back before that was your Fed cut rates back in 2001 in January, and they cut all the way through May. But you had a drop there in that rate cut, but it recovered, and then went into the next drop, which lasted the longest dip that we had from '01 to '03, right? That was the longest one, and the market fell 36.6%. And that was the biggest but 2001, that was a horrible time. What was that one, Clive? What was that called?
.com.
That was the dot com.
The dot-com
Oh,
bubble,
one was
yeah.
.com bubble. So there's your there. So that's just the three that we look at right now, right? Just because that's the most current. So that was, I thought .com was bubbles, was 90s, was the 90s problem, right?
It was 99 to 2001, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the boom was in the 90s, and then it was right at the end there.
Okay. But anyway, so that's the three that we're looking at, right? We're trying to find, what we're doing is looking at similarities with what we've seen in history, right? So if we come up here to history and we look at the timing with the charts that I build, right? This vertical timing, don't mind my ghost. Don't mind my ghost.
Was the mortgage crisis,
I,
and exasperated by the rate cut because people started.
Actually, the mortgage crisis. Actually, the mortgage crisis was named after the rate cut, sir. That's what I'm telling you. There's always.
Once they did the rate cut, then people started borrowing money, and
Right.
lenders went out of hand.
Right, and that's where they were just giving loans to anybody.
It exasperated.
Yeah.
It had already been in place since 06, 07, and then a company, and what they were doing was packaging these mortgages in big bundles. So it would take 5,000, 50,000 homes and say, okay, here's the package. You want to buy it? And they were making commissions on it. It never opened up the portfolio of what they were buying. Then what happened in France was somebody said, you know what, we just paid $500 million for this package of mortgages. What's in it? I want you to, and then they sat a clerk down at desk and said, do an analysis on this. And they started to realize all this is shit. But they were selling it to the commission. And millions and millions of these packages were circulating throughout the world without people opening them up. And when that opened up, everybody else opened up theirs. Over.
So anyway, that looking at what we've seen in history through that, where we're coming up to, they're already opening their mouth about doing rate cuts in March, right? And if you go look at what BCB draws,
I just have to say that there's not enough data on rate cuts. We've had 3 in 3 decades. Not very many.
You've got plenty of data right there, and it's the same story. You can go back at Mr. Clive. Hold. Can I finish this? Can I finish this before we go through this debate? So, so what we're looking at, Mr. Luke, is this play out, higher high, and then the March rate cut. It's awful funny that it lines back up with this vertical timing again. Same way back over there, it lines up. So this vertical timing. So if we do a measured move on pullback from just say this random area, right? And if you do an average, right, of what we fell, if we go 36%, that puts your Dow coming back down to the 24,370, right? So in other words, I'm trying to prepare for what we're seeing because of what we've seen historically, right? With these moves and with rate cuts. So when we see that, it's not a shock to us then, right? So then when we see this start to fall, we know, all right, rate cuts here. Now we need to look at gold. We need to look at the XAU. We need to look at silver. We need to be paying attention to oil, because they're leaving. If the dollar's not stable and stocks are falling, where are they going to go? Where's the money going? So that's what me and crazy. We touched on it a little bit yesterday, but right now we're in a real hectic part of the market, so we haven't put a lot of look into it yet. Once we start taking profits on a lot of these, after we get close, getting in that February time frame, we'll probably be starting to take a lot of profits. So we'll spend more time looking at this closer. But
That also something else to look at that when you guys look at that, and I can do a little bit on this too probably, but I recall the euro being very strong during that time too. So potentially looking at doing some of those forex trades against the dollar in that point too, might be something to look at.
right, yeah, we could definitely put that in the mix.
What the fuck are they crying about over there now, Luke? Because this shit is getting ridiculous, man.
I don't know. I haven't heard them crying. What's going on?
I just got DMs from B. Dude, I haven't even been over there all morning. I was in there last night. I was hanging out with y'all last night.
Yeah.
I wasn't under the impression that I upset anybody. Were you? Because now I'm being told that I was being an asshole to somebody again. And I didn't even
Dude,
say it.
I don't know.
Who the fuck was I an asshole to, man? People are crybabies in there, bro. I didn't. Who was it? KG? Who was it this
Dude,
time?
I don't know.
I don't fucking know. I told B,
I
please provide an
honestly, I
example.
didn't hear anything about it, man. KG, he doesn't complain about you, really. I mean, I don't know. He'll still to this day, he'll still be like, listen, crazy, whatever. He hates me, but it's whatever. Um,
I hate
I mean,
him. What?
I think he's annoyed. I think he's annoyed by how you dislike him, but it's not like he's sitting there whining about it or something like
Oh,
that.
the only reason why I give him a hard time is because he practices terrible risk management and walks people off cliffs, and I don't respect that. That's where it comes from me, and I've told him that. And I think it's a bad
Right.
way to go about trading, especially when you're throwing around, you're throwing around money and showing people your wins, and they're walking off the cliff with you when you don't show your losses. Because when you trade like the way he does, you're taking big losses. I promise you that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know why
And
I'm getting DMs from B saying, and then yesterday they're saying that they're copy trading people on Twitter. Like it's turned into a fucking clown show over there, man. Like let me keep it a buck. It's turned into a fucking clown show.
we get back
I
to
mean,
data.
you can't judge the whole group by a couple people who like to trade off of
I don't.
Twitter, but
But I
um,
do. I'm not judging the whole group. You're correct there. But what I will say is that is tough to have that type of stuff going on over there. That's all. I'll keep it at that.
Okay, quick interjection. Can someone read the last sentence I posted? This is what I think is going to happen this year.
Well, and that's fine and dandy, Clive. And I want you to pull up the chart, Clive, and go back and look at how the correlation between the timing of that, right? So
Every election year, the market goes up. That's a statistic. Every election year.
For the last 10 presidents since 1950.
Wow, I didn't know
That's a
that.
long. Now that's data with multiple. Let's see, 50 years would be 12. What? I can't even think. 50, 70 years of
all right.
data.
So let's correlate that to what you're saying now. So if we do a market pullback, right? If you do a market pullback in March, April, May, right, June, and then your market starts to recover a little bit, and then it's going to look amazing in November when your new president comes in, and then you get the big rally.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
It doesn't.
isn't that amazing how that works out?
But it's regardless. Regardless of whether it's a new president or a re-elected president, it's happened every year for 70 years. That's a long data stream.
You realize that the largest increase that you've seen in the market is when Republican majority took back over the House. That was the largest increase ever.
Yeah. As a general rule, Republicans move the market up because they're capitalistic and the other is socialistic. But even with how many in the last 10 presidents, how many were Democratic? I don't know the number, but let's say it was 4. It still went up between 6 and 22%.
Correct.
Regardless of party.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just throwing that out there because this is a little different when you have an election coming up and they've had 70 years worth of data with That would be 70 divided by 4. 20. That would be almost, let's say, 16 data points. That's a lot. That's a lot. Something to keep in mind as a counterbalance. I think that overweighs the cut. 3 major cuts in 3 decades.
But you also didn't realize that the cuts caused that much damage.
Okay.
You yourself.
I was measuring year to year. You were measuring wick to wick.
Wick to wick is in a daily pattern, right?
I understand that, but we're using different metrics.
Well, and that's the problem. That's the problem is when you look back at historic data. If you're not going to take all the data and use it.
No, but wick to wick is you're cherry picking the data.
I'm not cherry picking the data. I'm actually providing more precise data than going in and saying the market only fell 20%. When you tell somebody the market, when you tell somebody the market only fell 20%, you're not providing clear data. You're not using all the data. It's there on the chart.
You're cherry picking, and a wick could be one day. It could have been one day.
There is no wick. It's solid candle. It is solid candle.
I remember Christmas 2018. The market crashed. I mean, huge. And I got wiped out nearly 40% by the day. And that happened on I think it happened on a Friday or something like that. Saturday, it reopened Monday. Traders were coming in on TV, unshaven, almost in tears. You could tell their eyes were red. They'd not slept. By 1 the afternoon on day after Christmas open, it was back recovered.
Well, let me ask you something. Let me ask you this way, Clive. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I said, "Hey, Clive, look, buddy, this is the information that I've got. This information is from here, here, and here, and it's average setup is a 40% pullback. Best case scenario, we could see 32 to 36% pullback, just on what we're seeing." Or say, hey, we can only see, maybe a 10 to 20% pullback. Wouldn't you want the more precise information? If I was trying to save your portfolio, wouldn't you want to look and start investigating this situation better with more precise data than something that's, oh, then he leaves. You see that? That's what I'm talking about.
What's up?
Nothing, just talking about data. Why would you use half the data, not all the data? That's what I don't get. What? I mean,
I got a question for you, Donnie. Since
what up?
you're a cable guy, I'm switching cable companies. Fucking Verizon's dropping some of my Motor Trend channels and whatever.
Go to YouTube. Go get YouTube TV. Stream it. YouTube TV. That's what we use here at my house.
Yeah, Xfinity, same thing. I
No,
guess.
Don't use Xfinity. You're going to save yourself a bunch of money. Go to YouTube TV and just sign up. Go to YouTube TV. Go look up YouTube TV. Just go there and sign up. You'll get 3 weeks free. You'll get 2 months at $56, and then it'll go to $75 a month.
And then what about internet?
I would keep whatever internet you're using now. Just drop to internet.
Can I use, go buy my own modem router?
Yeah, I would just use what you got. I mean, you could go buy your own router, but unless you're paying ridiculous amount to rent it, I would just keep what I got. Have they come out and replaced it, or have you replaced your modem and router in a while?
Oh yeah, just like a month or so ago.
Then I would keep your internet. Just keep the internet that you have, and just tell them cut the TV off, and then just go to YouTube TV. We get more channels on YouTube TV, and the picture quality is absolutely phenomenal. And if you wanted to pay for, you'll see when you go on there and look, if you wanted to pay for premium, like 4K high resolution TV, you can. And But if you don't have a nice TV, and when I say nice TV, I mean like a really nice, $2,500 to $4,000 TV, it's not worth doing.
Yeah, I don't need that.
Just
So
do the
what if
regular, and you can add on whatever TV packages you want.
what if I buy my own router, like keep
It's not worth it. It's not worth it, bro. Unless you're going to buy Eero, EERO, whole home router. Um, but the modem, I tell people all the time, the modem that comes from the company that you're renting from is going to be the most stable modem. You can buy expensive modems, but they're not going to do anything any more than what the modem is that you have. But the modem is going to send a signal to your router, and then your router, you can get the whole home router. A decent one, you're going to spend $400 or $500 on it. So
yeah, because what they gave me is it's like a white box, pretty big white box that sits near the TV. So everything it's got like 20 something antennas inside, supposedly what they say.
yeah,
But in other words, but they're charging me, or Xfinity wants to charge like $20 a month to
no,
have that.
no. You could go buy a decent router, a okay router for about 110, $120 at Best Buy right now. You could buy
Right.
a good one for a couple $100. If you want the whole home router like I use here at the house, Eero, EERO, it's a little white box. One plugs in here, and then you set your other components. It'll come with two other modules that you just plug in the wall. No wires needed. And those modules talk
ERO.
EERO, two E's.
Oh, all right. All right, I'll look into that. That's really what I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, that's
Thank
good
you.
stuff. Yeah, you would like that. It works pretty good. We enjoy it here at the house.
Yeah, I mean the package I have now is like 208.
You should be paying,
Yeah.
you shouldn't be paying no more than just $75 for internet. You may be paying 85, but that should be, the most that you pay for internet. And then TV packages with the cable companies are going to run you $110 to $180. So, and the YouTube TV, like I said, I'm on my second month, so I'm only paying $56 a month for YouTube TV. It will go to 75 next month, but I get more TV with YouTube TV than I did with when I was Spectrum.
And that signal is stable, right?
Oh
It's
Lord,
not,
yeah. I mean, you can ask my wife. She DVRs because you get DVR service and everything. It's great. I really enjoy it. The wife enjoys it.
yeah.
And that's the only one that matters. The wife.
Happy wife, happy life.
Not necessarily.
So, what Clive back? What happened to Clive? I know you were talking to him.
Oh, I lost voice for a second.
And whenever Clive streams, every time Clive tries to stream, he loses his voice because that antique computer that he's using from.
Over 2 weeks old.
Yeah, it's getting overworked trying to trade, trying to stream.
It is. But I'm trying to help you guys out by streaming it.
What? Build you a new one. I'm gonna tell you, Clive. I bought that. I bought the HP Omen OMEN at Best Buy at Christmas. It was on sale. The only thing that I'd done to it is whenever I bought it, I went ahead and bought 64 megabytes of RAM to slam in it. I took the RAM that was in it out because it only had 16.
But I've got $15,000 computers.
Yeah,
but I'm not going to dedicate them to this.
Yeah, but this one, I slammed that 64 megabytes of RAM in it, and dude, you see everything that I'm streaming.
I know, but keep in mind my staff is not on hand until Monday.
Right.
That's when I'll be really concentrating, and I enjoy this group, etc. So it's kind of pleasurable.
So, but I appreciate you trying to stream. I really do. I think it's cool that I could throw your stream up on the screen.
Yeah.
So I would love for you to be able to do that. I mean, it's just something interesting to put up on the screen with the rest of the trading stuff. So if you
I only have 3.5 hours of trading per day, and the rest I can
Rest of it's gravy time. Like right now, it's almost nap time. So anyway, Clive,
Yes.
my question to you was, if I could provide you with better data, right, with more accurate data, you would want the more accurate data than a thereabouts, right? I mean, the more.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying, but sometimes causation and correlation don't jive. The same thing I said about gold kind of broke correlation with the dollar about a decade ago. And I was around economic professors that have PhDs that were nominated for Nobel Prizes, and you'll see four of them get and I mean, they're just, it's insane how diverse the opinions are in finance. It is just insane. And these are guys that, Nobel Prize nominee, Nobel Prize laureates, they disagree. So to consider us as any sort of experts at Stanford lunchroom, it was insane seeing these guys, and they'll almost come to blows over it. One
Well, and I
has
get
his economic theory, another has his.
well, and the whole thing is right. So the part that I'm working on, that I'm trying to work on here, and as a group or as with this think tank where Mr. Graybeard's helping me, because everybody disappears in the evening, and it's just me, Mr. Graybeard, and Darrell, right? Every once in a while, Crazy's in here with us.
I'm delivering pizza.
Willie comes in here, and we're sitting here at night, and we just tinker, right? And we do a lot of backtracking, and we look in history, and that's where we look at how the cycles work and
You
why.
got to be careful about personal bias, though.
Well, and that's where that's where this chart. So that's where I'm taking this chart, right? I know you don't care for the chart.
Charts are great. Charts are great. Charts are great.
So what this does is I'm taking personal bias out of it by showing structure, right? We see the structure. I trade the structure. So I know this works, right? It's working. Okay. So what I'm doing is we're saying, all right, let's use the storyline. Let's do what, like Clive says, what is our story, right? What have we got lined up right now? We've got war with Lebanon. We've got war with Iran. We've got war with.
I don't even put war in the equation. The American public's forgotten about it. When was the last time you heard anyone on the street in your friends?
Well, let me finish. Let me finish, and then you can throw your rebuttal. All right. So I look at your side of things with news, right? And I say, well, we've got these types of news events already lining up. You've got the Epstein stuff going crazy. You've got all these news events, right? So you've got a fistful of news events that you could throw at this chart to make a black swan event, right? You've got the talk of the rate cut happening in March. We don't know that it'll happen. We don't know what they're going to say, but you got the talks of it, and it lines up with the vertical timing that we see on the chart. And if you look historically, what it does with that vertical timing in this part of the cycle, it happens repeatedly over and over again, no matter how you try to stretch it. So when I look at that kind of information, that's where we're trying to get information from to be able to build a stronger data point. So when we come to that point, we're not shocked or scared. Just like yesterday when Bitcoin took that big dip in the evening, we already talked about it. We already said 42.4, big dip coming, possibly to 41.3. We'd already talked about it before it happened, just hours before it happened. Being able to use these data points and put all one big thing together is what my goal is. And that's why we appreciate you with your new stuff, because then we're able to say, all right, so this is where older generation sentiment is. So now we know where to look at that. You see what I'm saying? Like you look at the
absolutely.
You look at the bigger, the upside picture, right? You're looking for the upside picture.
Not always look at the upside. I look at the downside.
So if we're looking upside, like you brought the information with the president thing, right? So you know what I do tonight? I go back to every election year, and I go back and I'll create a data point for that, right? And we'll correlate that with those times.
Right.
and we'll see, the exact, growth
Okay,
that we
so,
have.
but there's been how many rate cuts? Basically three.
Three that are worth counting because of the.
Okay, so one was COVID, one was the mortgage crisis, and the other was
.com.
.com.
Yeah.
Those were huge events, and I think they begrudgingly gave the COVID one because they didn't want to. They were just like, we need something plus the stimulus. Okay, we need. When was the last time the U.S. government gave stimulus money to the people?
I don't
Ever?
know. Have they
I don't
ever
think
done
they've
it?
ever done that.
I was say I don't know that they've ever done
in
it.
the United States.
I don't think it's ever happened here in the U.S. has it?
No, I don't. I've never received a check in the mail in 50 years. Okay, I don't care. Before that, it just never happened. And I think that stimulus whole thing, COVID, millions of people. I mean, I had 220 friends die. I haven't had 220 friends die in a single year. That was pretty traumatic. And so the pressure of that, I would say, outweighs a ton of stuff. An example would be a nuke hits North Korea, sends a nuke, detonates a nuke, or a suitcase bomb goes off in New York. That would be in the same order of magnitude. 9/11, the first time the stock market closed over 3 days. It hadn't closed other than the end of start of World War II. Those were trying times. But to take those huge mega events and everything surrounding it, I think sometimes you get your bias in there. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's where, trying to take bias out of it and just use support and resistance.
It's hard to take bias out.
Well,
I mean, not personal bias, but sometimes we're looking for something and we find the data that matches, and again, that would be bias, right? And it's very difficult to take experience and what has happened in the past to mold one's life, and another person who's lived another time frame to correlate the two of them. Just as my parents hated the stock market. And it spread generationally, where that's why all these mortgage company, funds, etc., tried to stimulate 18 and 21-year-olds start investing, because they had lost the confidence of people putting their money in the stock market and it's going to grow, and they lost that for almost 15 years. It's a long time. Again, it's macroeconomics versus microeconomics, which are two separate courses. And I don't know that I'm not. This is no insult or anything like that. Did you attend college?
I took
Yes,
both
sir.
of those courses.
I just.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, okay. How many economics courses did you take?
One.
Okay, which is good. It's good. Powell will often say you should take at least one macroeconomics course and one macroeconomics course. And a lot of people just don't. And that's one of the few classes I struggled with, is these professors. You go to one class of microeconomics and you go to the other professor of macroeconomics, and their beliefs are 180 degrees. I've seen it at the university level constantly, where this professor will say, Keynesian is the whole thing, and another one will say, no, this guy is the nut. Sort of like socialism. It's never worked out for any country. Got a millennium of data on that socialism doesn't work. It works for a while. Everyone points to the Scandinavian countries. They're not really social. They're a different form of socialism. It's I think it's called democratic socialism.
That's an oxymoron, isn't it?
I'm sorry.
Wouldn't that be an oxymoron?
And you mean oxymoron?
I mean, that's.
Oxymoron is like military intelligence. You never heard that one?
That's what.
Oh, okay. A rising deflation. No, we're kind of anyway, an honest politician. But that being said, you know, just we could spout on and on and on. And this is the lunch hour, so I don't mind talking these points. Sort of like Day Trade the World has stopped really kind of doing analysis during the lunchtime. They go to a very how to trade and what news sources to look at, etc. I find very entertaining. I'm learning something. You know, there's just constantly things that can be learned. And it's good that we have a counterbalance without getting personally insulted in this group. You know, you're well, but you know, it just I can't stand that. You know, you got to respect the other person.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's different levels. There's different levels of where people understand things, right? You know, I mean, I see things in a different light now, on trading with just pure understanding market structure, right? Trying to learn and understand why structure goes and retests that level, right? So those are the things that, you know, when you have another person that's like newer to the market who only uses indicators, you know, it's like,
right.
And then you got somebody else who believes in, you know, just only thing that's going to work is momentum, you know, and
yeah. So, I use RSI and momentum. Sorry, not momentum. Volume.
Right. So I mean, but that's a very micro trading strategy, right? So when we're talking about stuff like what we're talking about right now, somebody that's a micro trader, they're listening to this going, "What the hell?"
Oh yeah, they don't care, and they shouldn't. They really shouldn't.
And that's where I hope people understand the one thing that people learn from this group is that there's a bunch of different trading strategies. But you know, when you've got people that go on the macro time levels, on the weekly, monthlies, to find information, and then zoom into the dailies on that area to pull the data and understand the data points and bring those data points to the forward to the cycles that we're running now, and spending the time to do the measurements. You know, I'm just trying to protect myself and make more money. That's all I'm trying to do. That's bottom line.
That's why I don't put everything in one basket.
Right, exactly. So I mean, you know, if I could say, all right, well, I'm done here. I'm going to sit here for a minute, and you know, let's wait and get confirmation on this market trend shift. And if we see that shift coming, then I'm, you know, take full advantage of it and be prepared for it. And that's what my whole goal is, right? And if we can see this working, then I hope everybody in here pays attention and we all make money on it. You know, that's the whole goal, right? For all of us to be as successful as possible.
Well, take for example our Verizon trade. We look like a genius, then we look like an idiot, then we close our positions at you know, a little bit of a profit, and it plummets down. Oh, we're geniuses. And 3 days later, we're idiots.
Yeah, took off booming.
Yeah, but I don't care. I've moved on to 16 other different stocks. I just bought AMD at 140.02.
Yeah.
For the moment, it was like, okay, I'm setting the price target at 140.70. It looked like it was going to go, and as we're talking, it's down to 139.61. But I don't care because AMD won't disappear off the market. You know, will it drop by 50%? Probably not, unless something really comes out. Just it's all about, you know, just macro versus micro.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go.
There's enough respect in this group that people don't say, "Well, he's just I don't listen to him." There's if you don't listen, you're gonna miss something. And counterpoint is really good in this group.
Yeah. Well,
without droning on and on for 6 hours about a 5-minute chart.
Yeah, it gets old. I'm gonna go fix me some lunch. I'll be right back.
There you go. Gone? Okay, fuck him.
Yo, what happened?
Yep.
What happened?
What happened?
Were you listening to that bullshit over there?
Yeah, they out there tripping, buddy.
Bugging, full blown bugging over there. That's all right. We know the deal.
He calling the head and shoulder right now.
Oh yeah, that's his favorite.
He must don't see that wick at the bottom.
You don't know what the fuck he's looking at. Sadly,
People crazy. Man.
I think it would help a lot over there if the people that don't make money shut the fuck up. That might help over there. Then again, it might get real quiet in that case.
They crazy.
What did y'all do to the market while I was gone? Lord help. I went to go eat a cheeseburger and some potato soup and come back and y'all done washed it. Mr. X must have sold everything.
What's happening up?
I don't know, come back. I was up 2.25% on my TQ and now I'm back to break even.
Bitcoin came back a little bit.
Stock market looks like shit. I ain't believing they doing this on a Friday.
Wonder what they gonna do for the market in.
That's a good question. Good question, brother. Pull back right here, go back, make it green by the end of the day, trap people that don't sell. I'm looking for buy points. I normally, wouldn't say that on a Friday, but I'm looking for entries. Hey, Willie, did you ever get your trade station downloaded?
No, not yet. I have too damn busy at work. Hopefully, I'll mess with it on my day off.
So the way it works, just so you know, to give you a heads up, you have to go over there and fill out your account. And of course, if you want to start out small, then you want to do a cash account, right? And you have to deposit money into your account before you can download the platform. They don't allow any downloads unless you put money in your account. You have to fund your account. Even if it's $20, you got to put at least, as long as you fund it.
I can transfer, you said, Bitcoin from another exchange to there?
Correct. And that's how I funded my account in the beginning, is I just sent Bitcoin over.
Yeah, I might just do that if that's easier.
I sent like $1,000 worth of Bitcoin, and then just to see how it was, see if I would do any good with it.
I like that idea of precious metals after the rate cuts. I may start migrating some funds over there after that, or somewhere around there. They have precious metals on that exchange. Assuming it.
Yeah, you can buy. I mean, you can buy like XAU or one of the like, one of those. What do we call it? I don't even know what they call it.
Yeah, I'll figure that out later. But I just kind of want to broaden my stuff here.
So like the XAU is the PHLX Gold and Silver Sector Index. But it works. It looks at both. And I'm just learning about all these things. And if I could, I don't know if the call it group. What you call them? We call. I can't remember nothing. Right. Like you got XLE, XLU, XSD. Vanguard may have a gold and silver thing. I don't know. I gotta look at that. But there's different.
Yeah, I'll start messing with it. Hopefully, I'll be off like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I think I got 3 days, so I'll mess with it then.
Oh, DXY is ripping. That's what happened. Put Violent swings. Love it, love it. Gush was running this morning, and now look at it tanking. Holy cow. Huh. I don't. Never heard tell of such. What is it? Motley Fool. Check that out. You sitting there? I'm here, Clyde. I'm just working. I haven't been looking at the Discord or anything. I've been working. Pull back.
Oh my God! I just listened to the channel for 10 seconds.
What'd you say, Clive?
I listened to B's channel for about 10 seconds. Why going on 17 different movies, right?
Well,
And he I'm
I,
sorry.
if you ever if you ever listen to him, Clive, it's I hope and I expect, you know.
Oh yeah,
and
I throw that out all the time. It's like,
and you know,
and guaranteed, guaranteed. I violate my own rule of putting down. My God,
it's tough, man. But I mean, you know, the
they're welcome to do it. You know,
I mean,
that was.
people will learn. People will learn. People will learn, Clive. I mean, it's going to take time.
Have you ever seen the video of Warren Buffett saying TA is trash?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the man's not dumb. He just says, look, put your money in good companies. Buy when it's low and sell when it's high. When they no longer make a profit. As long as they're making a profit, keep going. I'm not applying that to BTC. I'm not making a judgment call on BTC, whether it's going to be the end all, etc. But really, there's thousands of other things you put your money in.
Well,
There's a lot of that's risky.
well, the problem is, Clive, is where people get burnt in trying to trade. These kids, and I say kids, these people, these people that are trying to trade crypto, right? They all have big dollar signs in their mind. They do not have any kind of idea. They all think that you can go 100x, 200x, and make the big money. But the ones that really want to understand, it takes money to make money, right? And if you're coming in here, and this is from Clive, this is honest to God, what I seen when I was in the industry setting up, you know, all those bots for all those people. I mean, hundreds of thousands of customers. Okay.
Oh, what type of company did you work for?
No, we're not going to discuss that. I'm on air, sir.
Okay.
But when I was setting up all these bots for all these people, you know, the average person, my average customer, had less than $1,000 to invest.
Oh my God!
Out of all the people that I was setting
that wouldn't pay for me. And I did this for TechNT. They had a shutdown of their IT. I had produced a program from the automate the whole process, and I would charge anywhere from $20,000 to $30,000. And one time, one of their factories went down, and they wanted to fly me in. They said, "We'll give you $70,000." It was like it took 5 seconds. I said, "You guys have been so good to me over the past decade that I'm not even going to charge you." Wow, really? I mean, just to say hello. Okay, it's like a joke. Here's a joke for you. Lawyer, man gets an invoice from his lawyer. He looks at it, $1,000 for crossing the street to meet you. Discount $500. It wasn't you. Just insane. Just insane. And what would you charge people that had $1,000? That's just insane.
So the fee.
Oh my God.
So the company charged a one-time entrance fee, and then I had a monthly maintenance fee, right?
Right.
And there was no guarantee on returns. Blah blah blah. You know, your account will be set up. You'll be able to see all the trades live, the whole 9 yards. And you know, anytime you want to bail out, you can close the positions yourself, and you know, just be done with it. You can sell off all your positions anytime you feel froggy, and you know, they would go on about their business. And the way I made money I got paid to do the initial setup on a base salary, and then any profits that were made, I was given 1% of the profits.
Okay.
And I was an anonymous, right? I'm an anonymous person. They don't know who the hell I am. They'll never know who I am. I was totally anonymous, and at times I would receive anonymous tips, right?
Yeah.
And I done pretty well with that. But it was less than 1%. It was less than 1% of the people that were over 20K. It was less than 1/4% of the people that were over $500,000. I had 3 customers that were over $1 million,
Okay.
and I had about 180,000 customers.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And you know where most of my customers were not. There was nobody. There was maybe a handful from the U.S. That were in this. Maybe I would say 20 or 30 of them from the U.S. and most of them were 100K plus customers. But I would say 60% of my customers were from Africa.
Okay.
I had a bunch from India. I had a bunch of, I'm not going to say Middle Eastern. They were like Turkey and, type area, somewhere in that area. The Balkan type states and stuff, but that was where most of all of my clients were from. And when we would do meetings, we would do like Skype type. What do they call it? What do Zoom meetings, and I would be anonymous and I would answer questions, and of course I had to be compliant. We had a compliancy lawyer there, and so that's why I know compliancy as well as I do.
Okay.
Because we had a compliancy lawyer, and they would be sitting there, and they would send me messages. Don't answer like this. Say like this. So went through all that. But most of my customers were less than $1,000, and I see the same thing right here in the U.S. Because when somebody asks me about setting up a bot, they want to put $100, $300 in it. They don't want to put $10,000 at that bot. They don't want to put $1,000 at that bot. And they say, well, how do you do it? And I'm like, well, I diversify. I do a lot of different bots. I may have up to 30 bots running at a time, and I'll have anywhere from $500 to $1,000 per bot. I may have $1,500, $2,000 on a couple of them. I may have 5,000 on 4 or 5 of them. I diversify. I do things totally different than what any of y'all gonna do, because y'all want to see money right now, yesterday, as fast as you possibly can. And with $100, it's never going to happen. And that's where people get so frustrated with this market, is they think that they could take $100 to $500 and get rich. Not necessarily get rich, but make money, quadruple, 5x that money. But then they don't do the math in their head that a double up is only $1,000 on 500. A quadruple is only $2,000. So, but if you made $2,000, if you turn 500 into $2,000, then are you taking that $2,000 and compounding it? Or are you starting back over with $500 again?
Right.
And that's where I can't get people to understand. Like when my bots make money, Clive, I don't pull money off the exchange. I've never pulled money off of my exchange. Never.
Wow.
All the money that's in my exchange was an initial amount that I put in to invest, and I've just grew it. And now it's took hits too, but I've just kept growing and growing and growing, and I don't take money out of it.
Yeah, I really haven't either, but I do it a little different. But we're probably doing it the same way. When I make money in the tip market, I put it in the gold market. When I make money in the gold market, I put it in the banking market. When I make money in the airline market, I buy consumer discretionary, etc. Always diversify, but the percentages remain the same.
Yeah, I'll just compound. I compound the money.
Yeah.
So like if I've got a grid bot that's working, all right. So like my GRT bot right now. So it's in a pullback. It made $120 on one move, right? So now that it's on a pullback, I'll take that $120 and put it right back in that bot. And the next time it goes up, it's just making that much more money. And if it does, let's say it goes up 10% and then pulls back, 6%, then I'll go dump more money in it.
So what's the end game?
What I normally do is I watch closely, and when I see that, like, I set up a chart, and like with the bots that I have set now, I have a target set for each one of the bots. Once they reach that target, I stop the bot and take profits, and then I'll wait on a complete reset because I don't.
No. What's the end game?
Oh, overall, to make as much money as I possibly can.
Yeah, but there comes an end game.
What do you mean end game?
Eventually, the game ends. Eventually, you just sit and walk away into the sunset.
Oh,
Happily ever after.
Clive, you got to understand, I'm disabled now.
Yeah,
So I don't. This is my end game.
I got you.
I mean, this is. I told my wife, I was
You
like,
plan to live where you are? Just stay in the United States or wherever you are?
oh yeah.
Okay.
I've got a little girl, and I got a nice setup here where I'm at. The only thing I would like to do is maybe do some remodeling type stuff. But
Just curious, what decade were you born?
I'm born in '75.
Okay. I was just graduating college.
Huh. I mean, it's not like I have fun with this. I enjoy doing it.
Yeah. I do.
I just hate to see people keep making the same mistakes over and over.
I mean, there's no until you get wrecked. Until you get wrecked and absolute zero, you will not improve. You think it'll be okay. I mean, my first divorce, 2 divorces taught me.
Yeah, my first one, I learned right quick.
Yeah, you're still young. You got 2 more ahead of you.
Oh no, no sir. No, if this one, something happens with me in this one, that's it. No more. Nope.
Yeah.
No, I go back. I go back to the old ways.
I thought the same thing, but when you get a little bit older, you want someone, just talk to them. I see so. People age when they're age tremendously when they're all alone.
Well, you got to remember.
Find a companion. You find a companion, just someone to take care of you.
You got to remember, I'm in a different position than most. I mean, it's.
I understand. There's always somebody else.
I mean, 48 and can hardly walk. It's a different life. So I'm lucky to have a beautiful wife and a wonderful child. So I mean, I'm just doing life right now. Enjoying what I got. So the end game, I guess the end game for me is, I'm not going to say it is this, but I would like to, because my daughter's already set up, right? I mean, college is done, first car's done, all that stuff's taken care of. She's got, some money where she don't know it, but she would be okay. She would be able to sit back and, by the time she's in her early 20s, she'll be able to, buy her first home and, stuff like that. My wife will be, something that happened to me today, she wouldn't have nothing to worry about the rest of her life. So, I mean, end game is just make money, have fun with it while I'm doing it, learn as much as I possibly can.
I just, the on and on drone hours, right?
Is he still going?
Oh, listen for 5 minutes and like, this just like every time I get going, I'm putting the deck right down. running circles. I've said this again and again. Field to grass bed goes on longer than 5 minutes. Like you
What?
get mathematicians in a room and they discuss it. It's like, hey, let's prove it. And like,
Well, let me ask you, Clark, what is your end game? What is your end game? Now that you're, you can officially, you don't have to do any of this. I mean, why are you doing it? What is your end game?
I'm building up a team. I basically built a team over the last 3 years. They're making anywhere from 35 to 55,000 a month. They started from nothing. So I've enriched 4 people's lives. They worked for basically 2 years for almost nothing. So they've got a good. I had a big plan. I've had 2 chances to be a billionaire. One, I married it, and the second one was a gentleman that you and I were going to open up an exchange here in Houston. I had to put up 100 million. Houston put up 900 million. Open an exchange. Fortunately, he had rapid. He suddenly got diagnosed and died from a rapid thing of cancer in 4 months.
Wow.
And I had a third one where I was going to open up, much like a Day Trade the World. I was going to open it up here in Houston, and I had a bunch of people, and they COVID. And after all this dumping, I just don't see it as viable anymore. And Day Trade the World has already said they have offices all over the world except the U.S. Obviously,
The problem with the United States is the compliancy shit.
yeah.
The U.S. is the worst, man. I mean,
Yeah.
that's why nobody does anything in the U.S. I mean,
Well, it's also a good thing because you know what? You either play by the rules or get fined or go to prison. You know, that's not the scamming that they used to be.
what the problem
They're
is,
they're
the problem
still scammers.
they scam, right? They're the scammers. They're the ones doing the scamming. You know, you got Pelosi and all them that are now got charges against them, but yet you get the compliancy law comes after you if you say something wrong on YouTube or say something wrong on Instagram or TikTok.
Right.
Dude, I done a TikTok live. I made it about 12 minutes before we got banned off of YouTube or off TikTok. And it was because Crazy was talking and he said, "Oh man, that's gay," and that got us kicked off of fucking TikTok.
It's sort of like the same thing I mentioned last night of showing guys how to make 50, 70,000 years of living. It costs them 30 cents. Get a $5 tip.
I think the most fun that I've had though, Clive, has been learning about this WD GAN stuff. This is probably the most fun that I've had. You know, I enjoy reading the different cryptos and how they function and what they do and where they go, how they're being.
That's all related to celestial objects.
Yeah, the WD GAN stuff is,
I can't get behind that. Sorry, can't get behind that.
Well,
that's okay if it works for you.
It works with a little bit of everything, right? But the way the math that goes with it is where I gotta get all my stuff together, and
it's just so inconsequential the effect that any planetary body has on Earth. And when was it founded, in the early 1900s or late 1800s?
Correct. That's when he started.
Yeah.
And so it's not that the planets the pull, right? It's the math of the degrees. And I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. But it's the math with the degrees of the alignments at the 120, the 180s, the 90s, the 360, all that math, right? is where it goes together. It's not the pull, right? It's the math.
About you talk about cyclical.
Oh, it's so it's nine different math problems to equal one number, and being able to understand that is just, it gives me a damn headache every time I get going on it, and I think I'm going somewhere. I get I just get frustrated. I'm like, it don't make sense. And the only one that I've got to half-ass work out so far is January 8th for 48,000 something, and I forgot what the exact number is. I think he's got it. DeRio's got it wrote down, but I think it's 48 1 or 2 or something like that.
Yeah.
And DeRio's got into it, and I think he's got 49,000 something. You know, so I mean, it's pretty cool to do, but you know, it's just really difficult. And I understand. I see what WD Gunn done. I've been able to see some of his charts, right, that he actually drew out, and the way he would do it on a monthly, he would do monthly, you know, buys and sales. And for somebody to, you know, go into a market, he traded grain a lot. He traded
Well, of course, all those were cyclical due
right,
to seasonality.
right. They were easy, right? Those were cyclical because they're easy because they got seasons,
And that
right?
had nothing to do with the stars. It had to
Right.
do with weather patterns, etc.
Exactly. And you know, he wound up, you know, all the way up through the 50s. He was overall a 92% win rate through the years.
Yeah.
Which is
Well,
fucking
things are a lot less complicated. They're less influenced.
exactly. That's what I tell everybody. You look at the amount of companies now that are in the S&P and the Dow. I mean, there's
There were
just
12. The stock market started with 12.
exactly. And now there's so many companies out there, and there's so much more behind it. It's just so much more math, and it's such bigger volume. It's hard to do. It's really hard to do, and that's why I've been able to learn the chart with what we see. Like I know it looks like a bunch of lines, right? But being able to understand the support and resistance of the charts that I'm building, and the how it correlates with the 360, it makes more sense to me now, because it took me a long time to figure it out. But like when I look at the Ganzilla chart, it was explained to me to look at it at 3D, and that was the hardest thing to do. But once I did it, once I seen it, now I can't unsee it. You know, when I look at the trading view chart, like the chart that you've got on your screen right now, when I look at that, I only see 1/4 of the ball, if that makes sense.
Yeah, a big breakthrough for me was finally being able to understand what fourth and fifth meant. And it's a quantum physicist. And it's sort of like the old joke, and I throw these out all. Two astronomers in an laboratory. The other one scratching on a piece of paper. So one scratching paper. Do you realize in 10 billion years that the sun is going to nova and destroy the Earth? And the other guy says, "What did you say? What did you say?" He says, "In 10 billion years." Oh, thank God! I thought you said 10 million. I had one friend that was working on a PhD thesis, and it took her 27 years to get the calculation for particular objects out in the Oort belt. That same research now only takes 27 hours.
Amazing, isn't it?
It's how fast it moves.
I mean, you look at what we're doing now, Clive. I mean, you look at the stuff that we do on the internet. I mean, I mean, it is amazing. Look how fast we're doing buys and sales now. You know, I mean.
Well, I mean, let's like the Gutenberg Bible. You know, that was everything. And the telegraph, and then the telephone. Now, each generation's had a thing. It's like, oh, couldn't get it fast enough. But Einstein's theory that nothing can move faster than light is is something that I don't know if we can overcome ever. There are theories how we could, but that might be the stopping. I don't think there's any other intelligent life in our galaxy. If there was, we'd know it. Chances are they would have encountered us. However, that's a whole other. I can't believe we're almost an hour. Looks like nothing day. That trade I made with SGD, thank God I got out of that thing.
Yeah, you done good there.
I did well. I thought I would do a lot better.
It looked like it was going to go.
Yeah. I got a second chance. It went back down, and then finally, and I hit the tippy top. There was no more money left. I got it at 24. What was it? 226.
Do you
Yeah.
Do you mess with the crypto miners?
No. Oh yeah. I mostly short and buy. The ones are Riot, Mara, MSTR, and Coin.
All right, check out SDIG and CAN.
Kind of low volume on this.
Yeah.
I just don't mess with anything that isn't million shares a day.
What?
And I prefer 20 million a day.
So the CAN and the SDIG, these two companies are actually partnering together to do some
I
stuff.
looked at CAN.
So they're actually partnering up to do some stuff, and they're got a bunch of new miners getting ready to come online this month. So where they're at, I'm gonna ride them for a little bit. I actually bought some CAN yesterday and some SDIG. And,
CAN, I guess it meant a reverse split or something like that. I guess a reverse split in the market.
Yeah.
Okay. Anytime they reverse split, it's really risky.
I'm not doing it for
Same thing with SDIG. It was 300 at one time. Now it's $7.
I'm not holding them for a long time. I'm just doing them for a short play.
Yeah.
But they got
The
some
issue
good
is
news.
often if you get in it, let's say I buy 100,000 shares or 10,000 shares. Who's going to buy it if I don't?
All these new investors coming in wanting to get into the crypto stuff. I'm expecting the crypto miners to take off once this ETF news starts to grab hold.
It would take me all day to sell all of the 100,000 shares of people.
Well, at that rate, at that rate, it would take you a while, especially if you were buying heavy. But I think that once it starts flooding in, like you would move to candle, right? I mean, you would have to fan in the can for a week at that kind of money, right?
I don't have that type. I'm not gonna.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you put that kind of money in it, it'd take a week to buy that much.
Yeah.
Because if you didn't, you'd send the candle to $4, $5.
Right.
That'd be funny as shit, though.
There's some of the companies, they always have to file this cash. They owned 15% of the company.
Well, it's like I was over on this other exchange, Clive, and they said that they were getting their liquidity from Binance, and I was like, all right, that's cool. So I went in on the exchange, and they had a Bitcoin pair. It was Bitcoin Atom, and I was like, where's the liquidity? There's no liquidity here. So I just bought $5,000 worth of Atom with Bitcoin, right? And I shot a candle. A huge freaking candle. And I was like, holy shit. And I turned around and sold.
Yeah.
I was like, who bought it? And so I stopped. I immediately stopped. And I sent a message to the team over there, right? I stopped. Because I kid you not, I done it was a 2.5% candle. And I sold it. I market sold it and come out with 2%, right? All $5 grand. So I sent a message to Pinex and I said, listen guys, I'm not going to do this to you. I was like, but you need to be aware of what you've got going on here. And told them that what I did, and they were like, oh, thank you for letting us know. And now they're asking, they sent me an email the other night, hey, can you come back to our exchange? No, I cannot. I just took all my money off because I'm not going to leave my money on an exchange that don't have no damn liquidity. Can't make no money that way.
How Ford is so disappointing.
I mean, even Binance, poor old Binance was having Binance US.
Yeah.
There's no liquidity on Binance US, none.
No.
The only exchange that I've never had a single problem with, as far as crypto, has been Kraken. Never once have I. The only thing that Kraken ever did was whenever they had that issue with the staking, right? And they fixed that. And I've never had a liquidity issue. I've never had bank transfer issues. Nothing. Now Coinbase, fuck. Now at one time, Clive, I went to go I was going to move 10 grand on the exchange, and they said at this time you can only do $250 at a time.
Oh my God.
I'm like,
I remember back in the early days where you couldn't take off more than 1,000 a day or something.
Well, they do the same thing now. They'll have, all right, so if you've got, let's say you had 100K over there, right? If you wanted to move it all off, it would take you 10 days.
Oh my God.
Because now they've got it set up where it's a 10K limit per day.
That's stupid.
Coinbase is, man, they've got liquid, but they don't have enough liquid to deal with the bank.
Gotcha.
And Kraken's freaking white glove. If you go over there with more than 250K, they white glove you.
Okay.
They actually offer you a card, a spending card and stuff like that.
Huh. The most boring power hour.
It ain't looking good, is it?
It's not that it's not looking good on top, but just sideways. It's just a slow drag down, which I expect on a short weekend on a Friday. Oh, my AMD looks horrible.
Let me ask you something. Why does Ford candles look so blocky like that?
Say again.
Why does, when you go to the Ford chart, why do the candles look so blocky?
Bulky.
Can you see my screen that I'm streaming now? I hope it don't kick you because I've got the.
Oh, okay.
All right, watch this. That's on the daily, right? Watch this.
Right.
I go to the 1 hour. That's what it looks like when I go to the 1 hour.
Using.
It's like there's no volume.
What? What? What the? Oh, trading statement. I don't know how they're parsing their data. That's stupid.
I put Priceline on and I'm good.
Yeah.
I can go to the 1 minute on Priceline.
Yeah.
But if I go candles, even bars.
You see my candles all the time.
Yeah.
How about hollow candles?
Nope.
No. Do some other ones. Do GM. I think those are good. Them electric. Something that doesn't have a lot of movement. It has a lot. See, I don't know why Ford is going that way. Then probably weird. Try Tesla. Yeah. See, are you in 1 minute there?
Yep. Tesla dumping.
I don't know. I don't know what their data feed problem is.
And that's on trade station, so I don't get it. That's
on sales.
I've never seen it do it on any. It does it on like some of this. Let me go to the Dow. See if the Dow does it. No. Russell. No. Russell doesn't. No. Norwegian. Nope.
Yeah. I don't.
All right. So NRG, it does some blocky stuff, but it's still there. Same way with Halliburton.
Yeah.
All right. So CAN does some like weird bar looking
Well,
stuff.
that's because of volume.
SDIG, it does it.
Yeah. Small volume.
Coin don't.
By projection, then that means that Ford isn't trading more than one share a minute.
Hey, your AI is making a new low again.
Yeah, I'm gonna get back in that right now.
Oh, it's not making a new low. It's going back down to that circle.
Right.
Hey, I might look at that.
Good buy points.
Yeah, structure is right here at 27.20. Unless it falls down, that would be perfect. 26.44 would be a primo entry.
Yeah. Jesus, back to 11.71.
37. 37 back to my 0.25 thing there to get you to the circle. Unless it's going to go for a higher high. That would actually be right. 382. If it played to the 382, that would be playing to that other structure. I mean, if you're doing long-term hold, 382 is $51.
Well, the whole AI and something interesting that I was reading about ChatGPT, etc., is that it gets so polluted it can't even do math anymore.
It's wild that something that was supposed to be so great, they've already broke it.
Yeah. They say large language modules can't correct themselves. You actually have to start the whole thing over again.
Well, I was doing those AI pictures, right? I was trying to create some AI pictures, and I give it a picture to start with, right? And then tell it to add blah, 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 or whatever. The one thing that it can't do is it can't spell for shit.
I got it.
And then, like, if it does, like, a person's hands, it makes it look like alien fingers where you've got, like, three
Or like
fingers.
talons.
Yeah, like you got three fingers. And if it does like a big bold letter, it double faces it.
Gotcha. It's getting polluted.
Yeah, it's awful. But that AI chart does look like it's in a buy zone, don't it?
Well, AI just it's a great run. How much further to go? As Musk said, one of our detriments may be that AI takes over everything. I mean, I lectured this back in the 70s. I give my question. Name one job that a computer or robot won't eventually be able to replace it. And no one ever came up.
See, this is here's a prime example. If I could set a grid bot right here, Clive, you can still see my screen.
Right.
So if I was looking at this, if I was going to put a grid bot on QS, if I could build a grid bot for a stock, this would be a prime one that I would be looking at, right? So
Right.
I would set up on this because your 618 on here takes me back up to primo structure, right? And it's obvious that it's going to range here, right? So I would set a grid bot with a 3 to 5% grid spacing going up, and I would also cover myself back down to this 0.25 with a stop
Well, I
loss.
see a chart right now that looks like it's just going to continue downward, lower lows. Lower.
Right? Yeah, I see this going down, right?
Yeah.
But the
I
reason
would pick it up till
confirmation, right?
about 7.
So
I see.
but that's where I would start. This is where I would start making money with it though, because
Right.
as this goes down, it's going to make me money as it's doing that and getting back to that $7 mark, and then it's going to start riding this 1-to-1. This is called a 1-to-1 line on my chart, and once you
I
stay,
love these that use 18 decimal point precision, and then how much you're throwing at it.
right,
You're going out six decimal positions. Oh, does your account allow you to trade beyond the penny? No. Oh my god. Oh my god.
but yeah, that's primo right there. That's one that I would love. I'd love to be able to do grid bots on stocks. I guess I could go in and do it manually and just
You
set my.
have to. Yeah, it's against the law. That's the reason you have to pay for algo.
I could set all
And
my buys, set all my buys, and set all my sales.
Yeah, they won't let you attach it. Sort of like that things that want to tap in and put 35 miles of titanium wire before their signal was accepted. High resistance, 35 miles of
Just to keep people
all
from
contained in a
playing.
little box. All contained in a little box. Read the history of the guy that built his own Key One line directly to stock exchange in Pennsylvania. Cost him, if I remember correctly, $100 billion. He was saving 1 penny on every $100 option contract. And he got all his money back with it.
That's a ridiculous amount of money.
Brother was the one that got involved, was primary reader. They were tunneling through the subway, and they were directly coming into the data line. And my brother noticed some suspicious activity. They were getting away with about $50 to $100 million a day, and they got greedy and tried to go 10 times bigger. That's when they got. If they just been happy making $50 million a day, they never would have been caught. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. Well, power hour just started.
Yep. Get your cigarette.
About the imbalance when I keep talking about the imbalance.
Now you got get your 5-minute smoke break in and get ready for this last run.
There you go.
What up, Isaac? Isaac and Willie showed up.
What up?
Nah, just watching these charts.
What type of dance are they doing?
It's just, I mean, really, it's just waiting for the slingshot. I haven't even opened the Ganzilla today, to be honest. I've just been watching, it's just sitting back watching to see what happens here because we've done what we needed to do for the daily candle to make the appearance that it needed to make. So, I was waiting on the weekend trap move, which should be a substantial candle. I was thinking it would happen this afternoon, but it didn't. It may happen, tonight, but I thought it would happen before the daily close. But if we close here, then I would expect a move tonight for sure. But I'm really surprised that they're not pulling a trap move right now.
Getting close.
But we got the downside wick that we were looking for. I don't know if that's as deep as they wanted to send it, but it's there. So now the move would be to slingshot it back to the top side, right? 46.1 range.
ETF will be approved.
I don't know that the ETF, that news is going to be there, because we're in that part of the chart where we start seeing bigger candles back and forth. So
Were they today?
they supposedly were going to say something today. I hadn't heard a thing though.
Okay. And then the next one is ARC, which I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't like Kathy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a dud.
I mean, it's just a part of the chart where you'll see big candle, sideways, big candle, sideways. This is that part where, because if you drew it right, it's a megaphone. If you draw the pattern, it's a megaphone pattern. So it gets bigger through this part, right? And then it'll start to collapse back down on itself. So it's just that part of the chart, man. It's that time. The the news that'll go with it, I have no idea. But we got a candle that'll send us, and then we'll flag, and then we'll probably see a 6 to 8% pullback on the next candle, and then it'll go up. It'll make the higher high. That's going to be the fake move, and then you'll see a 12% candle or more back. Catch everybody. Everybody like, what happened? And then we'll probably go sideways for about a month. Just the way it goes. It's just that part of the chart. But with Bitcoin dominance doing a green run today, that's nice. We'll see if it don't fall off. Do an engulfing red candle and give these alts some life back. Mr. Hatchett, how are you today, sir?
Yeah, we're definitely. Man, it's hard to see anything past 48K till we pull back.
Yeah, I mean, that 48, once you get there, that 48.51 run, it's just going to be ever so slight. Some are saying possibly 54. I don't see 54. I'm not saying it can't happen. I just don't. I don't see it being there. Van Eck pledges 5% of spot Bitcoin ETF profits to core devs after SEC approval.
I see 46.5K. Yeah. It can do whatever it wants. It can wick up to those to those 50 numbers, but I see just below 47, and I see a couple months of chop for now. We'll keep watching. However, once we get out of this funk, I think by this time next year, we're going to be already well on our way.
Oh, we'll be done by this time next year.
Yep, we'll probably have pumped hard.
Did you see
Probably.
Did you see where I went and grabbed the patterns?
What do we got? Not yet. I'm just
Oh,
done working. Just got home.
you hadn't seen it?
No, what do you got?
Oh boy.
Oh no, am I gonna have to renounce my faith and convert? Here,
You on my screen?
is it Gans? I'll go to your screen. Hold on. I got you. Holy.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, don't get excited yet.
I was like, where's that boy?
Because this is different. We're playing with different things. I'm going to show you here. So it looks weird.
Okay. Yeah.
There it is.
To get the timing. There we go.
There you go, buddy. So chops up through. Let me close it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we go choppy. We go up 50K, push that 51 boundary, big candles down, fake upside, humongous drop into March, get sideways, you get into April, come into May and June, start climbing out of the hole after the halving. You do your little pullback into August, and once you leave 36,000 that time, you never look back. And the fractal takes you all the way to about 82.
Dear God, that's disturbingly accurate to some other models we have drawn.
And that's December-ish.
Where the hell is that fractal from?
My mom.
Yeah.
Your mama?
So it's actually
in 1912.
What was that, Clive?
Just bought Rivian in 1912.
Yeah. I'm not gonna sell. I'm gonna hold it. I'm just gonna keep going.
Yeah. I'm just trading it. Oh, I'm in as high as $83.
Oh Lord. So I done good getting in where I got in then.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm seeing right there, Mr. Isaac. I mean, I'm not saying any of it's stone, right? But it's a good idea of what happens, especially when you start measuring some of these moves that are in the chart right now, and you go back just in history, in any history, 14, 16, 18, 2020, 21. You look at any of those candles, and people freaked out because we had a 10% candle. Man, we hadn't even seen it, and people that are new to the industry, what are they going to do when they start seeing 18% down and then a 24% up candle? That's the type of stuff. That's the part of the chart we're in right now. So people are really going to freak out, and that's why I think this March drop is real, because it's a 13-week cycle, right? I mean, this is the stuff that I've been working on learning about, is these cycles, right? So if this cycle's right, and which lines up right with the middle of March time frame, right? That pullback that takes you down to that 30K again is going to freak a lot of people out. A lot of people they're going to be scared. It's going back to 12,000. Blah, blah. That's where you start getting all that news, right? But then when it comes up out, fakes everybody out, and then sets back down to that 37 again, it makes sense, because it's a retest of support. This is a breakout. It's a retest of support, right? We go back, retest support again. We break out, we come back, we test support again. and then when we leave, it's gone.
Yeah. Now, see, all right. So, following right what we've done. See, there it is. The severe chop. The severe chop. Okay, I can buy that.
I mean,
We and
this
then
mess
we
that we're
were
going to do.
looking for the retest right on structure. So 30K. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's. Am I saying these numbers are exact? No, but
Right.
you know, we know 29.7 to 31,000 is a would be a great retest of support. We know that. You know, just like this up here where it's going to chop, it's going to go up here. I mean, look at what it's going through, the resistance that it's going to beat its head on. You know, 47,000, 48,000. You know, and finally breaking through and getting stuck at $50,000. Look back to the left. All these green lines that are on my chart are from the left. Okay, so but you look back, look at the support that it rides all the way through there. You know, and then when it finally loses on that timing, you know, one of these candles is over 18% down, and that's where people are going to be like, "Oh my God, I lost everything." Well, that's what you get for the 100x leverage, you know.
Yep.
But like this one play right here, this one drop after you hit that 50,000 and you get your fake run back up, that one drop right there will probably liquidate most people because everybody's going to stay long thinking we're going to 54. Because once they see 50, they're going to say, "Oh, we're going to 54," and they're going to ride this, and then they're going to get liquidated because the drop that comes out of that one candle right there is over 10%. It's almost 12% candle right there.
Yep. The way we print from now until support, which is 30, that's going to be the time of the market where, remember what I was saying for the past couple weeks, the leverage people will be demoralized.
For sure.
Yep. It's going to be the washout where there just aren't funds in people's pockets to keep doing that crazy leverage. It will wash them out. It does it every cycle. This cycle, if it follows that fractal though right here, it's going to be exceptional. It's going to be very painful. Oh Lord, yeah. Yeah, Donnie. I like how it. I like how it settles on the curve on the timing too. Out there.
I mean, all I do is build them, bro. You know me. I just
Yep.
find them and build them. It's just wild how it works out. You know,
Oh God, the Bulls did not want to see that though. Oh Lord. That is it really if it that's just play see that has it playing to that into the 20s because of where that one descending trend line is, but that's perfectly fine. That's not breaking under 25K. You know, it's not like it's drastic. It's drastic. It's awesome though. Let's hope something similar in at least rhymes with this.
it lines up with a lot of the narrative, right? I mean, it's not set in stone. There's nothing in stone about it, but it gives you a good idea. Gives me a general idea of where I want to be and when I want to be turning my bots off. I can tell you though, if we go back to that, we break 35 and we start heading towards 31. That's where I'll be getting real excited and starting to load in some bots. Matter of fact, anybody want to buy a car? I'll sell you my car so I got some extra money.
What are you selling?
Refinance my house.
Let's see. Can the bearists, the bear market people that are thinking continuation down, can they withstand a run up to 50 to 52K without FOMO in it. FOMO and back in. I don't know.
No, hell no. They already did. They're already starting to FOMO.
That's what I'm saying. This would be the move to slaughter it. Jeez. That's why you will see 20% candle. That's why why that face of that formation actually makes sense. You have ATF news that might actually fall through or be a sell-in event anyway. Yeah, it's.
I mean, it's election year, right? I mean, after your dip, right, you got to have a recovery, and your recovery is not going to be, straight up. I mean, it's going to take a little time, but as you get closer to the election cycle, the market's going to recover pretty fast, right? We know that. I mean, even Mr. Clive pointed it out earlier today. 6 to 22%, I think, was the number he had, growth on election years. So that math is there. That jives. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I figured you had a hard week. You'd like to see that.
That's some good stuff right there, man. It just confirms that we're having a bull run. These levels confirm to me, even though the retracement does look, it just confirms to me that that's an actual bull run taking place. These formations here. So profit, the timing on profit, yeah, it's going to be the hard decision for some people with alts on the end here into January of next year. Whew. BTC is going to be close to its top. We're topping out in that January to February timeframe of 2025. I think if we're going to be hauling like we are.
Well, there'll be a lot of news, right? I mean, there's going to be a lot of closure with, I think, some of like the XRP case. Some of that stuff's going to be finished. There's going to be a lot of. We got to get past all this noise. There's just so much noise right now, and you got to get past all this noise. The big pullback though, I'll get everybody quiet, everybody shut up, and then all of a sudden, everybody's begging for good news, right?
Mm-hmm.
But could you imagine being at 51,000 and dropping to 40,000 in about 3 candles? People will lose their freaking mind. They're going to lose their mind. They're going to be like, well, we're going to 0. And then it springs back and goes back to 45, 46,000. Good to hear, buddy.
Turbo winding up, man. It's just spooling up.
I was thinking about you, man. I'm hoping you're feeling better.
Is that Hatchet? Is he feeling rough?
Yeah, he got that shit, man. And then he's been fighting it. He went to work. He's been working through it.
I don't know, man. It's rough. My brother-in-law ended up getting it too. Started off with lower back pain. Let me tell you what. It's no joke. I think I may have avoided it. Kind of, the worst end of it. The aches are gone and everything. But man, let me tell you, some people got put out of commission. I basically was at the point where I was working outside away from people anyway, and didn't have to get anybody's face to do what I had to do, and I just kept moving through it. Otherwise, I would have. I don't know. I don't know if it helps or hurts. Sometimes I think rest is better for some things.
Man, this looks awful. Market's pulling back on power hour. Sheesh.
Yeah, just I'll be watching Gala pretty closely for a couple entries. Especially if we get a major pullback on BTC again. There's a few coins I'll be watching.
Hey, Clive, SMFL. Trying to go green right here at the end. QS trying to turn around off that big dip that it had.
All right, Clive. Be safe, man.
Oh, man. That's quick. Well, enjoy your... Man, Apple looks good right here, bro. Enjoyed it, Clive. Be safe tonight. Isaac, do you do a lot of stock stuff?
I feel like over the past half a year, I've been turning around a little bit, looking at it. I just I had it on the back burner, just long term stuff. Clive Clive being in here had me. Well, Clive being in the other group too, always kind of kept me in the loop a little bit. I would trade certain things. I was mostly just I was mostly holding things that were dividend reinvestment type situations.
Right. UNG just decided to pick itself back up again. Good, good, good. Go UNG. Go. Go to $400. I dare you.
Let's go.
Everything that I'm in is red. So no sales for me this evening. I'll wait the next week. I'll buy a little more, freshen up. I'm not gonna sell at losses. It's all there. I mean, I can. It's not like it's beat up or anything. It's all there. My UNG and my Rivian are both. I'm still in the go on those. So if Rivian continues to dip Monday, I'll add to the bag at 1850. If it keeps going, I may add to that bag anyway. We'll wait and see. You sitting there, Darrell? Go, don't let up now. Break that structure. Come on, break that structure. My boy, Darrell. I can't hear you, Isaac, if you're talking.
Oh, the doer.
Tell him again. Tell him again.
Hold your door. Yeah, Darrell, you sleeping?
Shoot this motherfucker.
Fuck you, asshole.
That's why he is the GOAT. The GOAT. The GOAT 23. Watching his live stream right now. Hmm. We'll see if this is actually true that Hillary Clinton has been named a witness in the last series of Epstein file drops. Oh, snap. Wonder why she's in a foreign country right now. You seeing that news, Donnie?
I've been seeing all kinds of crazy news, but man, I just said a whole lot about it.
Word.
That whole Lebanon thing, I think, is going to be something pretty brutal.
Yeah, Golan Heights starting to heat up a little bit area.
You got that. You got. I mean, there's all kinds of whoosh. We still got the Iran stuff we got to deal with, the Lebanon stuff we got to deal with. About to get rowdy.
She's moving.
You said pop.
Uh-huh.
Here come the slingshot. Chicka, 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 chicka. All we gotta do is make this high, then go bust the next high. Come on, 46. Come on, 46. Come on, 46. Isaac, what did I tell you 30 minutes ago?
Mm-hmm.
We'll see, though. I mean, I ain't trying to be cocky, but, you know, this is is that side of it where we got to see what it's going to do. But dominance is running, so you got to watch that dominance. Bitcoin dominance is picking up too. So there's a lot of bot activity trapping it right now. We'll see if it finally gets a release with some big volume. Right here at the end of the day, we're coming up on the business for the stock world. So end of the day, end of the week for stocks. Let's see if any money comes rolling into Bitcoin right here with that volume candles right here at the end of the day.
Come on, BTC. Let's go.
Oh boy, 45 more seconds into the market. Oh, here it goes. Dinner bell. Well, at least I closed in the green on SDIG. TQQ's in the hole. Can's in the hole. Rivian's still up green. My UNG's in the green. So we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. All right, Bitcoin. Let's see you show your ass. Play on my emotions, Bitcoin. What is? Because that was a double top. That's 3 wicks at the same spot right there on that chart. Y'all see that? That's like 4 wicks on the 1 hour chart. What's so magical about that number? What's going on, Daffy?
Hey, how's it going?
Just sitting here begging Bitcoin to go to 46,000.
Yeah, I was just gonna jump on these chats and just listen more while I'm working. So,
Yeah, it's pretty dead in here right now because the end of the work week, market just closed, so pretty quiet in here right now.
yeah.
Friday afternoon, not a whole lot going on. I'm sitting back working on some educational materials, trying to read some stuff, learn some stuff,
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta start learning about that chart that you showed me. With the moon and
Oh, Ganzilla. Yeah,
Ganzilla.
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 Yeah, you can Google it. It's GANNZILA. I'm sorry, it's 2 L's. Pro. GanzillaPro.com, I think. But if you just Google Ganzilla Pro, you'll find places to download it.
Okay.
It's an app that runs on your desktop. Of course, you know how to handle all the other side of that. So
yeah.
Once you get it downloaded, I give you pointers on how to get started and go in the right direction, and then I could throw you down a rabbit hole and let you catch up on reading. Willie, Mr. Willie, he's new to it in here. He's getting ready to have some time off, so I'll be spending time with him too. He's been reading a lot of books and trying to learn more about the WD GAN stuff.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Hey, Diffie, your mic's open, buddy.